Good evening, everyone. Call to order our Day 2 budget workshop, June 11th, 2019, 6:01 p.m. Here's your timestamp. Let's see, Mr. Hugman, we're doing something a little different from what I did, right?
Well, we decided we're going to go ahead and start with the Day 2 agenda, which we have invited representatives from Trinity River Authority here to speak to you tonight. So we're going to go ahead and start with the Day 2 agenda and go through all of the Day 2 items, and then we'll circle back around and finish what we didn't get through last night.
Okay, I would like to start out by introducing Patty Cleveland. She is the interim Northern Region Manager. I got all that right. And Tisha Jordan, and she's the financial administrator. I never get that right. So I'm going to turn it over to them. They're going to talk to you a little bit about TRA, specifically kind of 10 Mile Creek and some of the things that drive our cost there.
Thank you. I appreciate Richard inviting us to give you kind of an overview, a little bit of Trinity River Authority, but as you mentioned, the 10 Mile Creek system. And with that, if you can, the Trinity River Basin, let me get the corner here, and I may kind of light through here, but the Trinity River Basin runs from just south of the Oklahoma border down to just the upper Gulf Coast. This basin here is about 18,000 square miles of service area for water, wastewater regional system, as well as reservoir. And down in the southern area, Huntsville, we have some water treatment. We also control and operate Lake Livingston Dam and some recreation. Up in the North Texas, Dallas, and Fort Worth area, this is the area here, and I will just with the right one, just a snapshot of Northern Region. Trinity River Authority is the largest wholesale wastewater service provider in the state of Texas. We're not for water, but for wastewater. But we do provide one water treatment facility. This location, the plant is in Euless, just north of Arlington. We have 5 customer cities. Our Denton Creek Regional Wastewater System is up in Roanoke. It serves 11 customer cities. This blue area is our Central Regional Wastewater System, and it serves 21 customers, 20 cities, and DFW International Airport. Also, it serves Duncanville. About 4% of your flow goes into our Central Regional Wastewater System. Come down into the Midlothian area, we have a wastewater treatment facility there that has 4 customer cities, including Midlothian, Venus, Grand Prairie, and Mansfield. Our Red Oak Creek Basin here in the treatment plant is located close to the city of Red Oak, but we have 6 customer cities that we serve. We'll come up now to the 10 Mile Creek system, and with that, the 10 Mile Creek wastewater system. There's just under about 98 square miles of service area that we serve 5 customer cities. And with that, we start here in the upper reaches of this. This is a pipeline here, or dual pipelines that carry wastewater from Cedar Hill, Duncanville, DeSoto, through Lancaster, pick up Ferris, and it goes to our treatment plant that is just to the east of Interstate 45 off of Malloy Bridge Road. And with that, we serve these 5 cities, and like I said, Duncanville is not 100%, but it's about 96% of your flows. This is the wastewater treatment facility specifically that the transportation carries to the treatment facility. This operation has been, it began in construction. We began to start up the system in 1969. So I put 50 years over here just to let you know this system and some of the infrastructure has been in the ground for 50 years. We have had expansion. We started out with about a 6 million gallon per day treatment plant. We expanded 3 times, 1983, 1986, and then the last was in 1989. And with that, we have, right down the center here is our original treatment plant that was built in '69. We added some additional facilities to increase the flow, and we did some improvements, and then the last large expansion is in this train right here. So with that, I just kind of mentioned we have some influent where we pick up the raw wastewater that comes in. We have screening, we have to pull rags off, and we have to pull all the large debris. And that may be after rain, it may be everything from large branches that may have entered into the system. It may be as we continue to see these flushable rags, which are not flushable. They're not degrading. They do, when they say flushable, they're able to make it down the pipeline, but where they end up here in our treatment facility. And this is an area that has become very an impact to our system, because not only do we have to remove it, it impacts the gears on our screening facilities. Then we have to haul it to a landfill along with the biosolids from the treatment facility. But I just bring this, we're presently at 24 million gallons per day treatment facility with the 2-hour peak flow capability of about 65 million gallons per day. And in a minute I'll show you why it's so important for us to have that peak loading, because as it goes right here, this in the orange here, this is rainfall, and this is represented in 2018 flows. So with that, you can see each month the average rainfall. The average flow for the month in 2018 is in this light blue. So you can see as the rainfall increased here in 2018 in February, we had about 7.4 inches of rain. You can see in this green where the peak flow jumped up and started to come back down. You can see it again rise with the average rainfall. So we're having to treat, and a lot of that is coming from infiltration. It's coming through manholes. It's coming through maybe leaks in a pipe through customer cities and with TRA. So this is an ongoing that we have to be able to treat both the average daily as well as the peak.
Question.
Yes.
Based on the population growth and what's happened to our area, and looking at that 2-hour peak flow, do you foresee any need to build additional facilities at the plant? Since it's been several years since there's been any additions made.
There's 2 possibilities. We have, and let me see, maybe I'll back up and show you, is in the very beginning on solids, there were 3 lagoons here. The water that you see here now is not sludge or solids, it's water, stormwater. We built a concrete stormwater basin here, or a peak flow basin. We have the ability to pull over into the second lagoon, and we have the possibility, as we're seeing that peak, is to clear this other lagoon and make it a large peak flow storage basin, which we have not yet. But we could, and that what it does is as that high peak flow comes in, we can pull it into the basin, we can hold it long enough so that the flow in the plant that is treated then moves out. We can lead that flow in, and that helps to shape that peak. But you are correct, we're going to have to do something, either stop infiltration or have to build the additional peak flow storage. The next, as as far as the average daily flow that you see here, in 2018, we did have some additional flow, and we did have to report that to the Texas Commission on Environmental, TCEQ. But they understand sometimes these flooding events that are acts of God, they didn't put us in a situation that we didn't meet our permit of biological, chemical, oxygen demand, or our total suspended solids, or our ammonia, or a pH, or dissolved oxygen. We met those. And we've had 15 years at the 10 Mile Creek plant where we have met all the state permit requirements to be able to discharge. So appreciate the question, because that is something we have to watch and to continue, and it drives us in the sense of having to try to treat these higher flows than just the average daily during this wet weather. That means electricity, that means potentially chemicals overall for the extra treatment. Let me go back and see if, I just wanted to mention as far as some of the, as the flow comes in, there's a primary treatment where we're taking the grit out, not just the rags from the screens, but the grit that falls. And grit is kind of like sand, real small grit that settles to the bottom. This is a biological chemical treatment facility, and we put it through an aeration basin to where the biological chemical, there's little chemical, but the bugs are doing the process of treatment. So we have to watch what happens with our industries that come in through the cities and the discharge, and make sure that industrial pretreatment regulations are met so that it's not upsetting the plant. And then we go through a filter, and then we go through a disinfection before we can discharge to 10 Mile Creek. 10 Mile Creek system is that Duncanville, you're anticipated in 2019, the flow coming into the system is approximately 2.5 million gallons per day. And I say this, that makes up approximately 16.71% of the overall system flows that we will treat. In 2019, the anticipated contract revenue from the city of Duncanville is approximately $3.27 million for being able to treat from the operation maintenance as well as the debt service for the infrastructure. And I'll mention right here, all our regional systems are independent systems that are totally funded by the contracting parties that we serve. So the ones that I showed you earlier, the contracting parties pay 100% of operation and debt service. And you can see here, Duncanville, we're just over 16%. Lancaster, DeSoto, Cedar Hill, Duncanville, and then Ferris, in that order. I will mention along the interceptor we have 8 meter stations. With that, this is how we are developing the flows for the city of Duncanville, and we have one agreement for a small amount of flow. So for right here at the corner, meter station, Duncanville, that flow is picked up. I just remind, the flows are picked up from the cities and they're carried all the way down to the plant. So in some cases we're having to meter and then subtract a delta meter off from that to get the flow in between. So we are separating and subtracting Cedar Hill meter station, High Point meter station, and then Stewart Branch meter station to get the total flow for Duncanville. Just a few things on our capital improvement projects we have going right now underway. Again, this being a wastewater treatment plant, that means that wastewater produces hydrogen sulfide. There's biological activity going on, and that hydrogen sulfide, you smell rotten eggs, that gas is eluted from there, as well as it's very corrosive to metal, to our valves, our piping and such. And we're underway updating and reviewing the system as we do on a routine basis. Is what is the condition? What are our high priorities to need to protect and control? The other underway is our primaries right here, is we're looking at doing mechanism replacements that drive the arms, that take the grit from the bottom of the basin, and the electrical improvements. We also have a final filtration at the back of the plant, and I'll show you in a minute a picture of what we're doing. The last is, I have ultraviolet disinfection. We are a disinfection with gaseous chlorine. We have to, by the state, then after 20-minute contact, we have to disinfect, then dechlorinate. So with this age of this facility, we went through an evaluation. We have gaseous chlorine. It's brought into a storage tank, trucked in. We need to update that by the rules. Looking at the ability to do that, we decided to go to a safer technology of ultraviolet light.
Well, the underlying inference of my question was, are costs going to go up based on any additional improvements you're going to be doing? So now you're telling us these projects are already in effect, or they have been done and are going to be done. So have our costs already been increased to accommodate the pass-through of what these things do?
As we, and I'll show you in a minute, but as we plan our capital improvement projects, we plan from a year to a year of actually what debt service that we need to sell bonds to just do within that 1 year, whether it's design or whether it's construction. And we are supplying that on a 5-year forecast basis to our customer cities to know what the impacts that additional increase will be. And in some cases, we've already sold the bonds for these facilities, and they've been included in your anticipated costs for 2019. We're working on the budget for 2020 to wrap up. Have a planned meeting July 15th with our 5 customer cities in the 10-mile system, but we have given the 5-year projection, and we update that every 6 months to the customer
So,
cities.
Richard, we've received that already? Those anticipated increases?
Well, we've received those from past years, so we're always tracking on that. And we'll get an update this July 15th meeting what the new costs are, but they're certainly on the increase. And they're fighting some of these elements of changing out old equipment because of the age of the plant, and they're also having to replace pipeline, similar to the pipeline that we replace here. They've got aging pipeline that has I&I that they're trying to replace and get new pipe with as well.
But have you already cranked into the
I won't know those.
budget process these increased
I
costs?
won't know those numbers until July the
We
15th.
just estimated what they are, but every year we tend to get those costs late in our budget cycle because
Yeah, I
it's
just heard
typically
it,
July.
15 July, it's right up against it. Yeah.
But in previous years, those rate increases, when we brought those to you, that has included operational increases as well as debt service increases. So we, as Richard said, he's tracking on it. We kind of have an assumption based on where we've been and what we're estimating. We won't get the real numbers until just before we finalize the budget.
We have forecasted into the budget increase.
Correct.
Okay.
And our fiscal year runs December 1st through the end of November, and we moved up in the last several years. We were on the August 1st that you saw our budget, so we've moved that into July. But this is for the overall Trinity River Authority, so we're gaining from Southern Region all through all of our budgets to be able to incorporate. So it's, at this point, our meeting is July 15th.
Do these systems have, I mean, in sustaining themselves, like if the city didn't grow at all, let's just say we had no employees, I mean, no new population growth in Duncanville, would these rates continue to go up even if you didn't have any, even if you didn't have any capacity added on to the system, would our rates still keep
It
going
would
up?
depend on a couple of things or drivers. One is regulatory. There's a continuous, through the years, change with the way wastewater permits are required in discharge into the receiving streams. So many years ago, when this first went into effect, our permit levels were much higher than they are. We have to clean to a much more stringent discharge into the creek for the stream standards the aquatic life that TCEQ requires. The next thing that's coming up we do not have in this system, and we've evaluated through pilot, is we do not have the capability of treating for phosphorus to remove phosphorus. And that is already hitting through the state. We have 2 facilities already have phosphorus in their permits. Permits with the state run on a 5-year basis, and when you go to renew, some of the new standards get put in, and we usually have a compliance period that we have to include that. We have included the potential for our next permit to need to put phosphorus removal into the system. If we don't make it, we will push that out and off of our CIP.
What about new technology? What about your research and development about changing technology and so?
And as we reach the point of the age of the facility and it's not functioning to meet, such as one is the chlorine, the gaseous chlorine, the tanks have a certain requirement that they have to meet by OSHA standards and by TCEQ. We are converting that to the ultraviolet technology, and that is one upgrade in terms of
Is
technology.
that less expensive?
It balanced out to be, but you've got chemical costs that you will not have. We'll have some electrical, but the ultraviolet light energy on those lights today is much better than it was several years ago. So we have found that through just the business cases, the ultraviolet light is the best solution for this plant. The age of the plant, the age of the pipeline, the concrete pipeline, so those are some of the other drivers. And talk about capacity, condition, and some others, but if there's no growth, but if there is I&I that gets in because of the age of the facility, then we still have to treat that I&I, or inflow infiltration.
That's why it's important that we keep on our capital improvement program to replace our most aged wastewater pipes.
Just real quick, mention on the corrosion, just our plans, again, wastewater, hydrosulfide eats into the metal valves, electrical, these are things that we're constantly having to protect, go in some cases have to maintain or change out. So we're looking again, what is our overall strategy to be able to get the longest life for these assets and maintain those. And we'll be doing a ranking in what do we need to do to replace either from an O&M standpoint or from a capital standpoint.
I have a question.
Yes.
So how often does staff go to the plant to inspect the condition of the various assets involved in wastewater treatment? Is that an annual thing, quarterly, as needed?
I will tell you that, and you'll see, is we have a sanitary sewer overflow initiative with TCEQ that not only that we have to give an annual report on the collection system, but that is capacity management driven. So we do operation maintenance inspections more. I mean, the operators are out there, the maintenance have routine schedules for maintaining the equipment. And they go into what we call Maximo system for our assets and what the condition is, when the last inspection was done, when the repair was done, what the equipment, and what the cost was to improve that. So that is maintained within that system. From a bigger perspective, we're looking at the corrosion of some of the areas that we do not have the expertise in getting into, some of the electrical and looking a little bit closer into the structural, from a structural engineer, are we safe or is it going to fail? What's our longevity for that? And that's why we do maintain about every 5 years, getting an outside independent engineer to review that with us.
So do you all operate under CMOM program?
We operate not under the CMOM, but we do operate as though we are under the CMOM, which is a capacity management, operation and maintenance program. And we were one of the first working with TCEQ on the sanitary sewer overflow initiative, because we're trying to find a way for them to encourage and understand that they shouldn't just slap us for some type of violation, that we can work on our own milestones and tell them maybe on an annual basis what we do.
North Texas Municipal Water District has issues with CMOM.
They have issues with it. It wasn't an approved EPA overall. It did get taken off as a reg. There was a lot of information, a lot of time that was spent going into it. But it is a good operation maintenance program.
Thank you.
Go back on ultraviolet, just mentioned earlier, because we are gaseous chlorine. We want to get off gaseous chlorine and get into an ultraviolet light. Just real quickly, we're changing out one of our chlorine contact basins with the ultraviolet light. We're using the same infrastructure, but we're putting the tubes in. Again, this will be the area we'll be able to completely disinfect the flow that we have in the one basin. Upstream is our polishing filters. We used to use sand media and under drains that did foul up. We did convert to a new filter. Talk about technology. These are, instead of sand, these are cloth media. This has come out in the last 12 years. Very effective, more capacity that can go through, but it actually cleans more of the solids. The flow comes in from inside the tube, forced out, and it's filtered, and we can backwash those. Real quick, going through the collection system, talking about capital improvement. I will come from upstream, smaller pipes. We have 12-inch in the upper areas that come on down to about 72-inch, closer to the plant as we pick up flow. We have construction activity that's located here in DeSoto, 2 construction projects that are nearing completion at this time for capacity. We have 1 project on a pipeline that's in final design, and then closer to the plant, due to the capacity of carrying all the flow to the plant, we have a preliminary design of an additional increase in capacity of a parallel pipeline.
Ms.
And-
Cleveland, if I can, do you think, is there a possible way to, maybe you could wrap up in like 5 minutes,
I can do that real quick.
please?
And sanitary sewer we've talked about. The last thing on the capital improvement is our outfall. This is the plant, 10 Mile Creek. Our outfall is at this location. The main stem of the Trinity down here through the years is backed up and eroded. And we're gonna have to, the undermining of the concrete structure, the pipe comes down, enters, we're gonna be moving it downstream because it's undermining the whole structure here, and Dallas County Bridge bottlenecks that. Capital improvement, just we provide this every 6 months, any updates due to capacity, condition, and safety, public impact, regulatory efficiency, or resiliency. And just some of the high levels, but one is to continue to increase being able to get out and let you know what we have in our CIP, looking at a number of factors, including risk if we don't do that. That's a part of our capital improvement program. When do we need it in service? What are our considerations, regulatory? Here, out 5 years, looking from 2019, the present year, out to 2024, this is the anticipated. In the plant, we have approximately 23.5 million that's planned. Just from a driver's standpoint, This is regulatory related. This is condition, safety, and then in the collection system, 80 million. I'm not sure what happened here, but this is capacity, regulatory. We are obligated under TCQ for some capacity increase. Otherwise, then they could turn around if we have outflows, then we're under an administrative order of some type of compliance period. And the last here is condition. So, back to any other questions?
Don't think so. Thank you very much. Appreciate you coming down.
No, not at all. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, getting right into the water utility, I wanted to begin by talking about our 2018 Willdan water rate study. We do perform a water rate study approximately every 5 years. That's to make sure that we've got adequate transfers from the utility fund over to the general fund to cover all the costs that are performed by people who work in the general fund. And that transfer rate was recommended in the study, as you can see, was 15.37%. And our current amount that we transfer is 11.9%. So we're well below that recommendation. This study also encompasses determining what rates we should be charging, and that's to cover all the cost of our entire system, which includes 17.5 million gallons of storage. 3 million of that's elevated, 257 miles of water pipe, and 151 miles of wastewater pipe. So what I wanted to do here, this yellow column are the rates that were recommended that we have beginning in FY20 for the based on that 2018 study. And this blue column here are current rates, and then this is the percentage that we're below those current rates. And so you can see for residential and commercial, we average around 4.7, 4.8% below on all those. Then on the sewer rates, there were no recommended increases, and so there's no percentage change difference there.
Wait a minute, Rick. Right, too. So if current rate is 14, the recommended rate is 14.70, that's an increase. So why is the percentage a negative?
Because I'm showing you how much below we are from the recommended rates. We're at 14, so we're 4.76% below.
Got it. It's the delta difference below. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Yellow was what was recommended by the study.
We did not
Below-
do.
Right, we did not go up.
I remember we did not change.
Right.
Okay. All right, got it. Thank you. Sorry.
And I want to ask you, where is the money? The judge said they overcharged us in November of 2018, or no, it was 17.
There was no overcharge. We were paying because of the into an escrow account because of the Sabine River Authority, the litigation that was going on there. We were paying into an escrow account. And Jackie, if you want to expand on that, we've received those credits for the amount that we paid into that escrow account.
Where are they?
I'm sorry, go ahead, Jackie.
Well, actually, there was a contract dispute between the city of Dallas and the Sabine River Authority. So until that dispute was satisfied, we had to pay at the higher rate. Dallas had to pay at the higher rate. So when that was settled, then there was a determination. They divvied up the money and said, okay, you know, Duncanville, you get this much, and, you know, all the other customer cities, as well as the retail customers, got a decrease. And I understand that we received a credit.
We received a credit.
Yeah.
It's part of our fund balance.
Yeah, for the amount that they owed us.
Where?
But you-
It's in our fund balance.
And
It
water
was just,
utility
it was
money?
just a reduced amount that they charged us then at the end of the year. And then what they also did was they said that they were going to use credits or use that settlement amount to reduce their planned increases over the next couple of years. And so last year when we had the Wildan study, he even looked at those credits and what Dallas Water Utilities, what the settlement agreement was, and he factored those reduced increases essentially from Dallas Water Utilities. He factored that into his study. So we really didn't see like the windfall amount. What we saw was less of an increase than what we would have probably seen otherwise. That was how they credited back all of the customer cities.
So it was a credit back, not cash flow?
No.
Well, there was some.
There wasn't a cash refund, just adjusting things for the out years to make it last.
There was some. It was split up.
And that was in 2018, the 2018
Actually, I believe we received it in
Fiscal
19.
year.
fiscal year. So it's part of the fund balance when you get to the 19. Okay.
Yeah, it was related to Lake Fork Water.
All right.
And so it's going to be reflected,
It's reflected in the budget. It's reflected in the numbers.
so it's not here.
Now this chart here was just showing, what we were trying to do is show you, remind, especially for those who weren't on council last year, those who were, you remember that we had a consultant do our rate study. We do that every few years, about every 5 years, to check our rates and forecasting what the water demand is going to be in the future, what Dallas Water Utilities is going to charge, and what TRA is going to charge on wastewater. And so as part of that study, they recommended an increase in rates for last year, and that's what Richard is showing you, is just to remind you and let the new council members know that we did this rate study. We are below what was recommended. So this is just showing our current rates. We haven't gotten into the budget or anything yet. That's next. But this was just kind of a recap of that study.
So if the money, it went back into the water utility fund though, right?
Absolutely.
So that could be why in not charging as much, because we have these credits?
Well, part, as Kevin just explained, part of that is a contribution to the lower rates, yes.
Well, it just wasn't explained that way, but it was, part of it was a refund in cash we received back.
Part of it was. There was some refund, but there was also a reduction in rates.
All that's reflected in that particular fund.
So this is the chart of the ending fund balance in the water and wastewater utility fund from fiscal year 9 to 20. Up here you see the amounts that we have reserved for AMI. You see that I've increased that. We'll get into the reasons why I increased that amount over here in just a few minutes. So our FY19 ending fund balance was $8.3 million. That's where we anticipate that we'll end the year. Our ending fund balance, if we take out the $1.5 million that we previously reserved for AMI, that comes to $6.8 million. For those of you, does anybody not know what AMI is? Okay. AMI is an automated metering infrastructure. It's a system whereby you get radio reads sent from the meters into a collection point that gets fed into the computer. Most of the AMI projects that we've looked at, they do a ping about every 6 hours to upload the data to the database so that it's available. And you could get near real time. You could get what happened not any more than about 6 hours ago on your own personal account. You could go online and look at that. So it provides you with immediate feedback of what's going on with your water usage. It would help you to detect if you had a leak or something. You could go back and look at your historical and see if you had a spike for some reason in water usage. And so that's what automated metering infrastructure. Right now we have manual meters in the ground. We have guys that go out and physically read the meter and put that into a handheld computer, come back, upload that into the system, and then we bill
So
from
there's
that.
no more need for that when you put the system?
Well, certainly there might be some decrease in terms of field personnel, but they won't go away altogether because you're still going to have field maintenance to.
But you won't be reading them all.
But you won't be reading them. It'll be automatically fed in to the computer through an infrastructure that collects the data.
So how much does AMI cost?
Well, we're going to get to that in a minute. I'm going to explain what we found out.
But if you remember, and what Richard was saying, the reservation for the last couple of years, we have reserved $1.5 million for that, and that's what we have been talking about. We need to up that, and we're going to get into the reasons why here in a little bit.
Oh, okay.
So our utility fund revenue, this is the same type of exercise that we did last night with the general fund. This is the difference between the adopted budget and the revised budget, and this is the percentage. We had a $380,000 increase in water revenues, and that's just based on historical usage, the trends. The $270,000 increase in the sewer accounts, again, that's upward trending based on our actuals. $41,500 increase in other revenues, $60,000 of that from investment income, that rising interest rates and that due diligence on investments. That was offset by a decrease in forecasted penalty revenue of about $20,000.
So we're selling more water to our customers, to the.
Well,
more water.
This is one of those strange things that it's forecasting water use is, you know, if I could really do that accurately, I'm sure I could go to Vegas and retire tomorrow. Forecasting water use is so very difficult. I've seen times where we have really dry summers, and when we head into this time of year in May and June and people's yards are starting to go brown, they don't use water for anything, they just let it go brown. I've seen years like this where we have a lot of rain that you would think that because of that rain that the water use, the water purchases would be significantly down. But I think they get to some point in the summer where they've still got a green yard and they go, well, I can support that. I can push that green yard through to the fall. And so I'll water, whereas they might have given up in a drier year. And it's just like almost the inverse thinking sometimes.
So that goes up and down whether we have population growth or not.
It does, it
It
fluctuates.
has nothing to do.
You can't straight line use for anything. You can get general trends, but you
Do we
can't.
do anything to educate for better water usage and things
We
like
do,
that?
We charge them more.
we do, if you noticed on our rate structure, we have an inverted rate structure, and that was implemented a number of years ago. So that if you get in a higher tier, you have to pay a higher amount. So that automatically
About the number of gallons you use.
helps you to think about conservation. But we have educational.
We just do it with the stick, we don't do it any other way.
We have information as well available for
Okay.
people online, and we have it at by the Public Works counter on
You
you know,
remember how
watering.
you can't water certain days.
Right, you know, best times to water, you don't water in the middle of the day at 12 o'clock noon in August, you know, things like that. But there's still, you would be amazed at how many people still do those kinds of things.
The city has a brochure that's 25 intelligent ways or smart ways
So
to
if you,
control your water usage.
Mark, when is your lunch and learn that we're going to
The
do?
last Thursday this month, we actually have that on
Yeah.
the agenda for citizens to attend. Richard will be there explaining that
So
as well.
there's other ways. In one of my developments, I outlawed, Bermuda grass, for instance, because it just soaks. It just
Yeah, I know. What?
outlawed, St. Augustine.
St. Augustine.
Oh, I would like you.
Yeah, we outlawed it. I mean, you can't do it because it
I wanna
takes so
ask
much
you a
water.
question.
We
Why do
also-
we keep such a high amount in the ending fund
We're
balance?
going to get to that in just a minute.
Okay, and the other thing is, you can invest money in the water utility fund?
I invest the money all over the city, yes, ma'am.
I didn't know that you could in water utility.
Yeah, there's no restriction on, I have a restriction for public funds investment, but there's no restriction by mine over what I can invest. So
He's
collectively,
very
I invest all
diligent
the money.
about that.
I got it, I've seen the adjective several times.
3 times. He
Diligent
mentioned it, yeah.
investment, diligent investment.
So,
Diligent.
if we look at the utility fund expenditures, the adopted to revise in fiscal year 19, these are the differences and these are the percentage drivers. 37,000 decrease in utility accounting. We had some personnel vacancies. We lost a couple of field crew people, one field crew leader. We lost several customer service reps during the year, and so it takes us anywhere from a month to 2 months usually to fill those positions, sometimes longer with the tight market that we have. 18,921 increase in utility administration, 6,240 for engineering and plan review assistance to public works, and a 6,526 increase for open roads designer software maintenance. A 43,000 decrease in water services, and this was due to various personnel vacancies. A 239 increase in water services, 31,000 from the TRA settle-up cost that was related to fiscal year 18. So one of the things Patty didn't mention, but at the end of the year after they complete their audit, they go back through, and if they were over cost, there's a charge. If they're under cost, they give us a refund. Most years we end up getting a refund, but that's kind of all based on how accurate everybody puts their flows in. And we were a little bit too conservative with our flow estimate, and so we ended up having to pay that $31,000 for settle-up. 175,000.
So the credits that we got from this settlement weren't enough to offset that settlement?
No, that settlement was from Dallas Water
Water
Utilities. This is Trinity River Authority.
Oh.
So we have to be more diligent in our water estimation.
Well, I'll say that we've gotten a lot closer on our estimates because the last couple of years before, we were getting more than 100,000, if I recall,
Almost
in
a
refund
half a
back.
million.
So we were like paying in escrow. We were paying
Right.
way too much during the year and then getting a refund back. So we've gotten a lot more accurate on our flows. And I would rather have to pay a small amount like this, 30,000 at the afterwards, than overpay them through the year.
But they give it back.
But we are making the interest on that money rather than them making the interest
I
on the
just
money.
don't want to pay them
Kind
anything.
of like income tax.
Exactly.
So is 30,000 really, to me, $30,000 isn't a small amount, but you just said
Well,
30,000
what is
is
our,
a small
what's our
amount.
total cost to TRA for 10 mile?
It's something like 400,000, 3.7 million, something like that.
3.7 million?
Oh, okay.
30,000 on 3.7 million?
Okay, less than 1%.
Yeah.
Pretty good Vegas out.
I just assume not pay any to them, thank you.
Well, trying to get
31,000 is 31,000.
on 3.7 million. That's pretty
I understand,
good.
but we've done this over the years, estimated our water usage.
Well, but again, it's cyclical, so
Sounds like a
wastewater is
crapshoot.
based on water usage, so that can fluctuate and,
And I thought we were using a whole lot less because of all the punishments, if you will. And, I mean, we've told them, threatened them.
We have ratcheted down our total volume over the years, but it seems like we've kind of rested at a place. I don't know, where's Mr. Rainey? Mr. Rainey.
What I was saying, one of the things that we've been doing as well is manning a booth to try to, again, spread the word about it at the Taste of Duncanville, National Night Out. And so we're trying to, again, inform people and set those conditions for them to do it. But that's really about it in terms of, the public education. We're not running around really.
No, but they call us. People call us all the time about their water rates. So you kind of tell them, we educate them. They call us all the time complaining. So you kind of tell them, it's based on your water usage, and time that you do it. And you need to get involved, bring it down.
I think that's another benefit right there to the AMI system, that people then having that data can see. There's a number of people, I think, in our community, especially elderly people, who don't program their irrigation sprinkler. Their yard man does it. Well, their yard man's got a built-in incentive to make sure that the yard's getting watered a lot. And so they don't know how to necessarily to see that program. They're not even aware maybe that the system's coming on. So with that AMI data, they'll be able to see those peaks and question them, well, why did that happen? So I think that will also help a lot with customer education and changing habits.
Kevin, you mentioned something on customer education. I know when we had one of those lunch and learn, you described something that made it very simple for people. Do you recall what it was? when you
Yeah,
brought it
so
up?
one of the things that I mentioned to him, I think, was using a metric. If you have a 3/4 inch hose and you have it on full blast for an hour, how much water that uses. And I think people are surprised at how much. Frankly, I can't remember the number right now. I'd have to go look it up again. But that's your standard garden hose, and if you have it on for an hour, it uses several thousand gallons of water. And so think about that running a sprinkler. That for people who use 6,000 gallons of water in a month, and then you use a hose for an hour, you can use another 25% of that easily, and that adds up. So, and people don't really think about how much water is coming out of that hose.
Anecdotally, my next door neighbor complained to me, she's got a beautiful green lush yard. Her bill
St.
is-
Augustine?
It's St. Augustine.
Sucks up the
And
water.
her bill was exorbitant, she complained. And I said, well, my yard's kind of yellow and yours is perfectly green. What's your sprinkler system set at? She's not elderly. She says, I don't know, my yard guy does it. I checked it, he had it set to run every single day for 45 minutes, in every one of her routes.
But the grass is green and she's improving our value of her home.
And your house looks ratchet.
I really didn't care. But I mean,
We just thank you for
Kevin's
telling us
right,
all.
but people they don't look at that sprinkler system and look at the zone uses. And, I changed it for them.
I don't know how many times I walk around the neighborhood and I see sprinkler systems running the day after we had an inch rain.
How about during
And
the
during
rain?
the rain, yes.
Yeah, that's when
yes,
the
I have
rain.
one down the street that, and I've knocked on people's doors and they make sprinkler systems running.
It's pouring rain.
I go, oh yeah.
Okay, so we're going to move into solid waste. Just give you a quick overview of where the solid waste fund balance, where we expect that to end for fiscal year 19, with an ending fund balance of about $500,000, and that's about 59 days of operations. So I'm going to move right along into the fiscal year 20 budget. And so here I'm going to tell you that we are projecting to end fiscal year 19-20 with about a little over $7 million in our ending fund balance. And you can see here that the reason that the chart that I showed you in the beginning had such a higher grayed out area is we've increased that reserve for AMI to $5 million. And so if we subtract that out of the fund balance, that leaves us about $2 million or 39 days of fund balance. So let's talk about why I increased that to $5 million. We went over and had a discussion with the city of Cedar Hill who did implement AMI, talked to them about some of the lessons they learned, because as we get ready to plan for moving into a phase of implementing this, we wanted to try to learn what the kind of errors they found that they made so that we wouldn't repeat those. And we also talked to them about what their costs were. And they spent $8 million on their AMI changeout. They have a few more meters than we do. They have about 16,000 meters. We have somewhere in the neighborhood of a little over 12,000 meters. And so we thought that was awfully high. And so I went back and I said, well, actually, Kevin said, hey, let's figure this out. Let's kind of, get an estimate, because until we go out for bid, and that's going to, be a lot of work to create the specifications and go out for bid, let's kind of figure out a benchmark. So I did some research and I found several other entities that had implemented AMI. And so what I did is I costed that out on a meter basis, what it cost them per meter. And that's how I came up with the $5 million here, is through that calculation. So based on what it cost Cedar Hill, and the costs were all pretty close. There was one entity that was a little bit lower, but Cedar Hill and a couple other entities were in the upward range of close to $500 meter in order to change those out. So that's how I estimated this $5 million. So I think that,
You're trying to get it to what amount then?
sorry.
So if you try, you increase it to $5 million,
13 reserve for
what's the total? No, 5 million, I know 5 million.
5 million is the total.
So for the AMI project,
For the AMI project, yes.
we're estimating about 5 million. Now Cedar Hill, Richard, didn't you say Cedar Hill ended up having to issue some COs, right? Because they didn't have cash.
They had
on
about
hand.
$2 million that they had in reserve, and they issued about $6 million in debt to do their AMI.
So you've saved $1.5 million and $1.5 million so far?
No, this was just $1.5 million, and I'll show you how I got to that $1.5 million in a minute.
You hadn't put that aside?
No, I had to
It is
put it aside,
It
but
was
but it's not cumulative, it was just $1.5 million. And so now what I'm suggesting, and I mean, this is one of those things that, you know, council can direct us to scrap the AMI if that, you know, is your choice. But I'm trying to tell you, this is what it looks like it's gonna cost, and this is how much we would need to set aside to do it.
But you're
5
saying-
million this year, or is that?
5 million
plus-
total.
For implementation.
So you've already got $1.5 million?
No, I'm telling you that I'm just out of that projected fund balance. I'm backing out $5 million to tell you what would be left over. So I've got $7 million that I'm projecting to have ending fund balance in 20. And I'm telling you, if we implement the project, I'm pretty sure that it's gonna cost somewhere around $5 million, and that would leave us with a $2 million fund balance. That's if we spend all that money today.
But still, we go back to, I think the question right then, Richard, is the 1.5.
There's 7.
Do you still have a
Seven.
1.5, and if so,
See,
would
that's
it
what I
still be
asked.
5 million? Shouldn't it be 4.5, or 4 million? If you said the whole project is 5 million, are you saying we have a reserve 1.5 right now?
Money.
I'm not sure I, you know how to.
Let me take a stab at it. So the 1.5 was part of that fund balance. So it was in that wrapped up number up there on line 8, ending fund balance, the adopted budget, or the 18 actual of 9.4 million. That 1.5 was part of that fund balance. But what we've always been talking about is kind of fencing that off, leaving that part of that fund balance, leave it aside. Fund balance is unrestricted funds. But what we wanted to do is take that 1.5 and allocate it to the AMI. So we've been reserving that. So it's still part of the fund balance. And now we project the 20 fund balance to be ending at 7 million, same on line 8. But now instead of 1.5 fenced off, we want to fence off 5 million because we think that's the truer cost of the project. But it's still within our fund balance.
Okay.
We still have adequate fund balance. We're not going to spend that 5 million all at once anyway, so we're fine with that. But that's what we wanted to explain to you and get your input on that.
Gotcha.
And they're not going up on water bill rates.
We're not proposing any rate increase in water or sewer.
So I'm sorry, I'm dense here, but you had 7.9 million fund balance in 18, and then in 19 you only had 3.3 fund balance. Right in the yellow.
Yeah.
No, this was what the projected adopted budget was, and so this was the actual.
Oh, you had the actual is the.
Yeah, this is where we really and truly ended. This is what we budgeted to be, but this is where we ended up. And so you can see we budgeted to because we didn't do rate increases, we knew that our expenditures were going to exceed our revenues, and so we were drawing down on that fund balance. And so we had budgeted to draw down $1.5 million on that fund balance by not raising rates. But it ended up that after all was kind of trued up and we kind of, reestimate this
So-
now that we're.
So you had a fund balance of 7.9 at the end of 18, and then you lost a little bit of money, which left you with 6.4, right? You took in less than you.
Where are you getting the 7?
Is that what you had left?
This is the ending fund balance right here on
Okay,
line.
not down there, that's what was.
Yeah.
So I think what's
Less.
confusing you, Councilmember Anderson, is that we're comparing actuals to adopted budget. So 17, 18 column, the blue column, the first blue column is what we actually ended up. But the white column, 1819 adopted, is our budgeted column. So that beginning fund balance of 6.4 million, when we adopted this budget almost a year ago, that's where we thought we were going to be in the beginning fund balance. So actually, we ended up with a higher fund balance, that's 7.9 million, than where we thought we would be. So our revised 1819 budget then will reflect that, and that changes that. And that's what is actually being then factored into our 1920 proposed beginning fund balances. That new fund balance for 18, and then where we think we're going to end 19 is what's driving that assumed beginning fund balance on line 6 in FY 19 and 20. Does that make sense?
I think maybe. It takes me a minute, so.
So
And
when
we-
can we start AMI?
So
Well, that's a good question, and we originally thought that before we talked to Cedar Hill and talked to some of these, or I did some research with these other entities, that we might be able to pull it off in a year, but it looks to me like it's going to be probably a minimum of a 2-year project to do it. And you know, pending our IT resources right now, they're the ones that are stretched thin, and we've got another project with Public Works that's coming on, and as soon as that is over, and we decide for sure that we're going to move forward with this, knowing kind of what it's going to cost, if that's the council direction, we're going to need to, we had been kind of waiting on the North Central Texas Council of Governments. They were working on a regional solution, and we've not seen much progress. I don't know if they've run into problems or with developing that, or what exactly has happened to their regional endeavor. But if we have to design the scope and bid this thing out, it's going to be a significant amount of work, and that will take some time to get that properly scoped and get that bid out.
one last thing. So you're going to end up with $7 million, and you want to spend 5 for the AMI, right?
No.
I'm just, yes, yes.
That is?
That's what I'm showing you here.
Okay, so we still, I'm sorry. And then how much, so we spent 5 million, and now you're funding balance, how much labor, how much will you save?
Or return on this investment.
Yeah, how much will you have on that? Do you have any, or do you just, will you lose, I mean, what?
At
Make
this,
5 employees or 3 or whatever?
at this point in time, my best guess is that we probably might reduce staff by a couple of positions over there. So those would be field personnel, and you're probably looking at something like 120, 30,000 with benefits.
Forever though, right? I mean, from now, I mean, or till it breaks down. or-
Probably, it's difficult to know all the answers to this, because when we talked to Cedar Hill, they had a little bit larger staff than we have, and they did cut back a couple positions. So our staff being a little bit smaller, I'm not positive at this point in time, because we haven't gotten to the weeds far enough to know exactly what we're going to need in terms of personnel in the
But
field.
that's something that's going to affect you forever, right? I mean,
It will
if you-
affect
I mean,
us forever.
So, I mean,
If I could kind of try to get back to the mayor's question about when we're implement this. In looking at this, there's a couple of different options that we have in implementing the AMI. And we can go full turnkey, which is, there's basically 3 components to this. There's the software that handles all of the utility billing. There's the meters in themselves, the transmitters on the meter bodies. We believe that the meters we have are compatible with those transmitter collars, but we also found out that Cedar Hill has had some issues with the same meters that we use. We're hoping that the meter company is going to come up with a solution to fix that. So you have the software for the utility billing system itself, and you have the transmitters, and then you have the interface between those and the customer interface, that portal. So it's 3 components. So one of the things that we're looking at is, do we do a turnkey solution that's everything? Or do we go ahead and we piecemeal it and probably get it cheaper by us going with a module that we know will work and implement the utility billing module, and then also implement the transmitters and find the portal and get that implemented. So those are some of the things that we're still trying to resolve by talking to these other cities, talking to different vendors. But we are working towards that. And if everything falls into place like we would like, we would actually hopefully start on that towards the end of the year. But there's just a lot of moving parts to it.
The end of this year.
And calendar year. Yeah.
Right, the end of this calendar
Calendar
year.
year.
Yeah, I'm
That's
glad
what
you
we'd
said
like
that.
to do.
I'm glad you said that, so I was gonna ask you about talking about the priorities. We'd have to shift the priorities and not necessarily move it up the ladder versus keeping it after everything else is finished. But then number two, as you mentioned, I would never go into a situation where I would say turn over it all at one time. So I like your phasing into a project versus just hitting it all at one time. I think it does two things by phasing into it. We're looking at today's operating expenditures at 39, which will be the lowest we've had in a while. So by phasing into it, you won't have to have that 39, which probably will be 45 or 60 at this point.
Something.
So you say you'll stay steady within that days of operating expenditure by phasing in versus all doing it at one time. But then plus two, you don't do it, you never do one project all at one time, because you never know what you're gonna run up against.
How about remind us again why we're doing it?
What do you mean?
What the
It's
point is
gonna
in
indicate that-
changing the meters out, instead of having them red, having them, so they can be.
Manually read? Well, one, it's faster, it's more efficient, can reduce personnel, but it's also the customer interface and making that information available for the customer.
Not being-
And I don't think, you're gonna reduce the person, I don't think it's enough on here, in my opinion, there's not enough there to really say that we're reducing personnel, because reducing one personnel in this is not enough, so I think you almost take that off the table.
But
In
what's
my-
one of the
my
most,
opinion,
what's
it's
one of the
not
most
enough.
volatile customer complaints we have in this city?
How much water?
Oh, no, I love, I'm saying, no,
It's
no.
water.
Water, that's right, that's
Our
right.
water bill's
Make it
outrageous.
water.
Well, this system's gonna say,
Could help you
go
monitor.
take your outrageous and go flush your toilet a little less.
Right.
Oh, so you're saying we're using $5 million to educate them?
I'm
Because
saying
they'll-
that this takes us into where we need to be in
Yeah,
order
the
for
future.
customers to understand what it is that you're using in terms of your utilities. Okay, so there may not be ROI in terms of in the 10-20% range, I understand that. But the issue is, this is something our customers, if we're doing it for our customers, for our city, that they understand this is how much water we're using, this is, call it an amenity. Call it an expenditure
I don't
amenity
think
that
that's
we
it.
do
I
for our
think the
citizens.
reason why we were doing it is that we didn't think that our old meters were accurate, did we?
Well,
These
there
are supposed to
there
be
is,
more accurate.
okay, so there is some of that, yes, and most cities do that because of water loss. Our water loss is pretty low, so, because we're on a fairly aggressive meter change-out program, not every city does that. So we do believe, we think about half of our meters are over 5 years old, and we think those would have to be replaced, is that right, Richard?
That's correct.
So half of our meters are less than 5 years old, so they are pretty accurate, yes. So we don't think we have a lot of water loss that's that we're not getting revenue for, but that is typically the reason why cities will do that.
That's why.
But
So
there is
you-
still
you-
some, but there
There's
is still
potential
some.
So
savings.
if somebody does call and complain right now about water, which I've done, had problems before, somebody's got to come out.
We send someone
They
out.
were
Somebody's got to
billing
come
you.
out there and try to find it.
No,
So
you
this
find
out
way,
you're not billing
you
them.
can say, you can just look on the computer and say, well, look, it looks like you're using water here, you're using that, you're doing.
Well, then a customer would have that data
They would-
that
they
they
could see
could
it
access.
themselves.
It's just
So
like
you
your
can
gas
see your
meter
water
and
like
electric
45
meter.
minutes a day, real easy.
To me, it's called technology. It calls technology to the point of we're catching up and we're being ahead of the curve. If you, I probably shouldn't even ask this question, but how many of you are still receiving your bank statements in the mail with your check? So he's outdated.
How many of you don't want to be hacked?
No.
Because we know you get hacked.
Okay, that's again, that's come to our point.
I receive my bank statements by mail, because if I got them online, they still have to go online and print it off with my ink and my paper.
Very true, but still technology, you're one of the few, you're in my sister range, who won't catch up with
Because I won't
technology.
do it either. I don't have.
But when you think about technology though, think about technology.
You've been
who's gonna
hacked
steal-
here.
Who's gonna still,
We can't figure
who's
out
pulling
how
up your
to
bill
print
and
it.
looking at your water bill and look, oh, okay, in February I was here.
Okay,
and in another year I was
why
here.
is it
But
Kroger
technology.
makes you change your code every, what is it? It's ridiculous.
Well, if we could get back on the water. so
Because
another-
who's gonna hack your Kroger account?
Another,
Give me a
another
break.
thing too, is we're talking about this and about the customer interface, but also to the city's benefit. If someone has a water leak, they don't typically see that till they get their next bill.
Right.
Our billing period is almost 3 weeks. By the time you get your bill, you're almost at the end of your current cycle. You're 3 weeks from when your cycle ended. So by the time you see that and recognize that there may be a leak, so they pay that money or we're refunding money, whereas if they have this kind of system, you can set alerts on your system to tell you if you get above a certain amount of water. And so if you have a leak, it'll tell you within whatever that read time is, 6 hours. That's a lot more timely response, that's less water loss, which is uncharged for lost revenue. So there are a lot of advantages to this, and really, I think it goes back to moving forward with technology that, you know, we need to be doing that. Now, if it's this year or if it's next year, but I think we do need to move towards that.
And it's a good selling point too, as you move people into our city.
Well,
What do you mean
my
sell
other
it?
neighbor, 3 weeks ago, spent over $6,000, but there was a leak between the meter and the house. And she didn't notice it on her bill for going on 2 cycles.
I've had that happen.
You know, and she said, boy, if there was some device that could have told me that I had a leak, I could have saved $6,000. And this AM, I would do that for
Oh
her.
my gosh, that's hard to even believe. We had a leak in a pipe too in a house in North Dallas. But one bill, you can see how much it goes up. And she didn't check it until it's 6,000?
No, the repair cost $6,000.
Oh, I was gonna say.
The repair cost $6,000.
Well, you're gonna save money, you're gonna be able to monitor your own deal, you're gonna save a truck or whatever you gotta have to drive around and do that, so there's more overhead that insurance goes, I mean, is that?
Somebody's gonna.
There is
somebody's
ROI,
gonna
but
screw
it's
it
not
up.
going to be benchmarked ROI that we normally consider on a CIP.
But it's sooner or later, we're gonna have to do this.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just an thing. So sooner or later, you gotta do it. We're not gonna have people in the field the next 20 years measuring your water meter. That's gonna be a thing of the past,
That's a robot.
so.
So DeSoto has it, Cedar Hill has it, now Duncanville is finally getting around to doing it. That's what I said.
I hate to be behind the
Good to know.
subject.
Can we move forward?
So our FY '20 utility fund revenues, these are our, again, the same exercise. These are the changes in the percentage. Kind of the same thing here. We're seeing a trending increase, so we increased the water revenues, 380,000, 50,000 increase in sewer revenues, and 40,000 increase in other revenues. Kind of the same thing, favorable interest rates, upward trending penalties.
What happened to diligent?
Then we get into our utility fund expenditures, same thing. These are the percentages. And we had an increase in utility accounting, 12,000 from group insurance, 26,000 for support software, 10,000 for fleet contribution that we increased based on our fund balance analysis. 22,000 increase in utility admin, 11,000 for group insurance, 20,000 for engineering services, and that was offset by some reductions in the IT replacement costs and their memberships.
What was the 22,000 in admin? What for?
The increase in utility admin, this right here, and that was offset
Oh,
by
so
some
those
reductions.
are all added together.
To add those together, and then there were some reductions.
I thought I was interpreting group insurance. Help me, is that staff, group insurance?
Yeah. And so then 140,000 increase in water services, 17,000 on the group insurance, 28,000 on fleet contribution, 95,000 increase in Dallas water utility purchases. $304,000 increase in wastewater, $239,000 is our estimated TRA treatment cost increase, $25,000 root treatment and spray lining, $50,000 fleet contribution, $32,000 off group insurance. That was offset by some salary and benefit decreases of $43,000 due to a position that we had in the wastewater services that we moved out to the solid waste sanitation fund. $279,312 decrease in non-operational, and that was due to the fact that our debt service on Joe Pool, if you remember yesterday, I told you that that would be retired, so there's just one last payment on that. So we always like to look at the TML water survey, and for this population group between 30 and 50,000, you'll notice that our sister cities are missing from this. I don't know why they didn't respond to this, but obviously they didn't. I made some calculations on sewer to give those comparatives. I didn't do that on water, but there was 27 cities in that population group that responded, and you can see that we came in number 18 based on a 5,000 gallon water bill calculation at $29.04. And so all the cities that are in pink are cities that are in the metro area or contingent to the metro area that would be somewhat comparable. Then on our commercial wastewater survey from TML, same thing. These pink cities are ones in the metro area, and on the commercial at 50,000 gallons of usage, we ranked number 21 out of 27 that responded in terms of price. Then we get over to the residential wastewater amounts. We're at number 1, which is not a position that we like to be in. I did go and get the information for DeSoto, Lancaster, and Cedar Hill since they didn't respond. And DeSoto is almost exactly us. We're at 52.13 on a 5,000 gallon wastewater charge. They're at 52.11. Lancaster at $45.96. Cedar Hill at $40.27. So all of us, and again, we all kind of share similar costs. And that our flows go to the Trinity River Authority, 10 Mile Creek for the most part. The one thing that's different, and we're going to talk a little bit more in a minute about winter averaging, is not all of these cities use winter averaging. And so some cities, I know for instance Waxahachie, they don't have winter averaging. They charge based on actual water usage. Same thing with our commercial wastewater. We're at number 2 on the survey, only the city of Schertz ahead of us. There are many different billing formulas that are used, and so I don't know on the ones, the 27 that responded, what all their methodology is in making the calculations. We bill on 85% of their actual water usage for their sewer. That's our method. So moving out of the utility water, wastewater into our solid waste, we've talked to you about these costs that we expect to incur for FY20 when the new contract goes in. So this is an overview of what our expenditures and our revenue would look like, and this is with a $3 a month increase to our curb rate, $4 a month increase to our alley rate, and $4 a month increase to our commercial bag curb pickup rate. And so programming that in, that would give us an ending fund balance for fiscal year 20 anticipated of $403,000, 41 days of operations. But you can see that, with those increases that I programmed into my revenues, we're pulling down on fund balance. We're still pulling that down. And so at least in the year 22, we would have to look at a rate increase in order to keep the fund balance healthy based on those projections. So I put those in because that was very close to what we all had talked to you about at the service level that you all had directed us, this was what we talked about on the increase. But you can see that doesn't get us too far down the road before we're into trouble.
Why were our water rates, Lancaster and, was it DeSoto were less and Cedar Hill, we were even with?
I'm sorry, I've
Go
moved
back
on
to
to this.
screens.
I'm
Right
sorry,
there.
Morgan.
We were even with DeSoto this year.
Yeah.
We were
And-
basically the same as DeSoto, Lancaster, and Cedar
How
Hill.
come Cedar Hill is so much less?
I don't know. Can't answer that question.
How is that calculated, Rich? I'm just trying to mentally make the calculation, I'm not getting there.
How we do on the winter months averaging is, there's a base rate that you pay, go way back to the beginning.
Right, yeah, I'm just saying, in that chart, how does that last column get calculated?
Well, I'm gonna have to go back to the beginning to explain
How
that.
come our water rates are higher? Is there
So,
something unusual?
what you have is you have a $19.25 on residential, that's the base rate, that covers your first 1,000 gallons. And then based on your winter averaging, if you were at 2,000 gallons, you would have a $19.25 base rate plus an $8.22 for that 1,000 gallons. If you were at 2,000 gallons, it'd be $19.25 plus 2 times $8.22. So that's how that's calculated.
But you don't know why we're higher than,
Well, I can only guess and speculate. If you want me to speculate, I will.
we're diligent, I do.
Well, my speculation is that they may not have done a water rate study and kept their water and wastewater balanced. Their water may be subsidizing their wastewater. That's one of the things that we achieve in the rate studies, to try to maintain that balance, to make sure that the costs charged to the wastewater system appropriately cover the charges there, and that water is not subsidizing wastewater, or vice versa. So Mayor, are you,
No, just move on.
I have a lot of questions about water and stuff, but I don't probably know if this is the
Stop on
right
the water again.
place.
So you were asking about the water?
No, I'm
and
just curious if, what kind of shape our system is in, and what, if we're, like, do we shoot ourselves in the foot by not raising rates today, or by doing things? I mean, are we kicking the can down the road and it's gonna be worse? I mean, my questions are, I'm
That's a
having
very good
a little
question.
hard time.
That's a very good question.
With sewer and stuff, all of that stuff, it's like,
So we,
I mean, at some point, do you bite the bullet a little bit today? And I mean, because some of these other places, maybe they are putting off maintenance. I mean, I know cities that do put off
right,
maintenance.
so 5 years ago, prior to when I got here, the council did adopt, Councilmember Harvey was on at the time, Councilmember Jameson, adopted a tiered structure. And I think for a number of years, the councils had not changed water rates. And they were depleting fund balance and deferring capital maintenance. And I think the council made the decision that they needed to up the rates, and they adopted a 5-year schedule of annual rate increases and started putting money into capital infrastructure. We have been consistently under that 5-year schedule. Our rates have gone up, as Richard showed, not even every year. Last year we did, or this current year we did not raise them. So, and even when we did, we were below what that projection was 5 years ago. But we've been aggressively putting more money into capital infrastructure replacement now than what had been done maybe 10 years ago. And
Is it
there is
enough to
al-
stay up?
Well,
Is it enough
it's-
to stay just up? Even? I mean, are we falling behind?
I wouldn't, I'm gonna ask, I mean, we have a lot of infrastructure, and I can't say that at the rate we're going, how long it's gonna be to replace everything. But we are being aggressive, and we're probably handling about as much as we can reasonably manage
capacity,
too.
capacity-wise, I think we're doing about
Capacity
as
with
well as-
oversight, yeah, and we, I think we have a healthy capital projects plan, and we have a healthy budget for capital projects, and we'll get into that a little bit later as well. But I mean, your question is a good question, and that is a balance. How much do you charge to make sure that your system doesn't deteriorate, and you just keep deferring your capital maintenance, but at the same time, you don't want to up the rate so much that there's a huge pressure point.
Have we ever had a capital recovery fees here? We have those kind of, most cities, now that I deal in, we get this gigantic permit.
Like an impact fee.
Like an
for
impact
that.
fee, yeah, it's like an impact fee.
We don't do impact fees here. Those are typically with new construction. Some cities have that, and that's the impact on the infrastructure of a new development. And so they'll assess a new development, an amount for the capital cost of that. We do not have that here.
Maybe we should do that.
We don't have that much new development going in, and most of our infrastructure is already in place too. That's usually in places where you don't have the infrastructure. You do have to do a study because it has to then be, there has to be an engineering study done and has to have a rational basis for how much you charge on that impact fee. So I don't, if it's something the council wants to look at, but I think because we have all of our infrastructure pretty well in place, I don't know that it would benefit us a whole lot.
Except for those pipes that are breaking everywhere.
Well, but see, that's
That's gotta cause
replacement.
pressure.
That's replacement, and
That's
that's
gotta
maintenance.
cause
That's
pressure
not.
when if you have something built.
Well, we're planning to do a study, or where are we?
No, we're in the middle of a water wastewater
plan. That's right, we
master
are doing a
plan.
master plan study right
So that
now.
we'll see what we need to do, both in terms of focusing our repairs, but as well as identifying what we need to do to supply back in the comprehensive plan, identified a bunch of opportunity areas for growth, and we wanted to incorporate and do have the engineers give us the modeling so that we can make sure that we plan CIP projects to ensure the success of those areas. And I don't want to make sure I starve an opportunity area in water or wastewater.
So if we have to upsize pipe to serve an area for what we think the future development will be, we want to know that now so that when we go in to replace it, if we're going to have to replace it, do we need to upsize it at the same time?
So what
that's
about-
what this master plan is going to help us with those future decisions.
We probably though need to make sure that there's something that wants to go in there before we,
Well, if we're going to replace it, then the incremental cost for increasing the size of the pipe
you're
is
saying
not that.
there's replacement
Right,
already.
if replacement's already planned, and then we know if we need to upsize it.
So if we were going to take an old shopping center over on Camp Wisdom, we're saying, let's say a low-density shopping center, we wanted to add, 150 housing units on that same lot, because we have extra land there. What kind of problems would we have?
Well,
And would we be able to handle the capacity if we're repurposing things, creating density?
Having more people, take more showers and flush more toilets.
Would we have that, I'm asking, I guess, would we have the capacity without having to rebuild the whole street?
I think it would depend on, we'd have to look and see what's in the ground there now and whether it could serve it or not, whether we have the capacity or not.
And that's what the master plan is to do, is because those areas are
Is
part
it
of an
assuming those
opportunity
kinds of things?
Yes.
Yes.
Is that what you're planning? It's
Yeah,
assuming we're going to add some
mixed
stuff?
Those
use.
land uses.
Okay.
okay, so, before I move on, are you all comfortable with, what I've put here for the $3, $4 a month increase, and knowing that in a couple of years, we're gonna have to look at rates again? So I'm asking for y'all's input.
Does this not go back to what we talked about with the Republic Services?
Is that option 3?
This is exactly option 3. So because we talked about that increase for option 3 was $3 and something cents per month. So really what we're doing is we're building that cost increase in. but no other cost increase. And so that's what we're asking. Do you want to stick to that, knowing that in a couple of years, we're going to have to address the rates? Or do you want to go ahead and up it a little bit more now to give us more fund balance in out years?
So what does that cost an average?
You just give some dollars and don't be so good.
What's it cost somebody?
I'm sorry, what does
What's
it
an average
cost?
cost to a citizen here?
I guess, I think what he's asking is if we bump it up another $1 a month,
Yeah,
what does that look like in
Yeah.
revenue, I guess, or $2 a month?
That's all it costs for a commercial property, is $4 a month.
No, that's the increase.
What is it?
If you give me just a second.
$4 increase
I
is
can-
all it's cost
I can tell.
per month.
I'd rather only increase it exactly what it's gonna take in order to accomplish what we need now, because if a customer or a citizen comes to us and wants to complain about why we did what we did, and we say, well, some of this money is built in for the out years, I don't wanna have to make that explanation.
So it's another thing, do we just, if we increase it too much, do we just waste it? Are we more, not that you waste the money, but are we more we have a
Use it
tendency to
somewhere
waste it or use it for?
You can't use it anywhere else, can you?
Water utility, yeah, but, I
You
mean,
can't use it
obviously,
anywhere.
no, but obviously, we're good enough to.
Okay, so
what do you
somebody give us,
recommend?
somebody remind me of the history of,
So what Monty is saying, though, you end up,
No,
you
I
end
was
up with a
actually
larger
gonna plug
excess
in
fund
the dollar
balance.
in my
We
spreadsheet
get,
and
we mentally
see
forget
what
why we did what we did.
Right, yeah, I'm sorry.
So I'd
Go ahead
rather
and tell
just keep
them.
it
Go ahead and
exactly
tell
what
them.
we're saying,
Current
so that we can
rates,
say
just
we're going up
for
because this is what the
paragraph.
contract calls for, and there's nothing built in for the out year. If it's 3, 4, and
Oh,
4,
is that what
that's
you
what it is.
recommend?
That's really a call. I mean, you can argue that if you're gonna hit them with an increase, you might as well bump it up a little more. The pain's there, you keep hitting them hitting customers every year,
They're really mad.
you're gonna hear that pain every year. So do you just bite the bullet and do what you need now? Or do you increase it again a little bit more later? Those are the questions. I mean, but our costs go up too, so it's not just that cost of Republic, it's also our incremental cost for landfill, our employees, inflationary costs of managing the solid waste contracts.
So you're advocating building in some inflationary factors to the 3, 4, and 4.
So I'm asking,
well, let's go into an example. And Richard, you may remember this. I think it was when we initially had to go up on the water because we were not collecting a whole lot. It was not collecting the
It was
correct
deferred.
amount.
Yeah.
What was that? We let it get too far. We let it get too far ahead of us. Is that
I
correct?
think that was the case, and we would not let that. I mean, that's why we look in the out years. So, like Richard said, if you want to just pass along the Republic cost increase now and leave it at that, but recognize that probably next year, certainly in 2 years, we're going to have to be talking about a rate increase again. But that's,
I guess what I'm afraid of is if like you add a little to it now, then like the mayor was saying, you forget, then you still add it again next year, because it's there, you use it or whatever. I mean,
Well, Richard is
'cause
so diligent, he wouldn't.
yeah, I mean, and the thing is
I'm used to,
I mean, our costs are pretty well fixed with what we have in this fund, but at the same time, a couple of years ago, we incurred some pretty good costs because of the brush pickup. When there were some high winds, we had 2 windstorms that year, plus the normal tree trimming, and we got way behind in brush pickup. So Republic had to bring on another truck. We ended up having to hire another contractor. We were dumping it all down there on the lab property at Santa Fe, and then we had to hire someone to come in and grind it and mulch it. That was a hit to that fund that year. And so those are the things you can't predict, which is why we try to keep the fund balance. So,
Perhaps we should have a policy saying that the fund balance should be a certain dollar amount. So that way, that will cover the situation with weather. You have something that you can draw on.
Well, if we do that, then we shouldn't have investments going on.
Why would we not have
Investment revenue.
Because Yeah, that's what we have in excess of. So if you have a,
It's like an extra period.
So what's your next
So to answer Councilman Anderson's question, if we increase this to $4 and $5 on the curb in the alley, it would increase our revenue about $115,000 per year. So it would essentially erase the majority of that entire deficit, the majority of those deficits. So,
How far did that carry us out then, instead of just 2 years?
well,
I think
now,
we can-
I mean, another
but
minute.
just,
I gotta put that in my
Okay,
spreadsheet.
okay.
I would gander to guess that's gonna probably get you down to 24 or 25.
So how do you, I may be asking a stupid question, but how do you discipline yourself? I mean, I know in my business, I just end up using that money, you know, if I had it extra. So how do you discipline yourself in keeping
Well,
the
we-
fund balance out? I mean,
It's policies, it's
Have to
management.
corral
I mean,
it.
Government,
we manage our budgets and we, which is why typically you see that we come in on our fund balance is higher than what we budgeted and our expenditures less than what we budgeted. Revenues tend to be higher, but we're very diligent about how we're spending that money.
Our system of internal controls, Mr. Anderson, is probably uniquely complicated, but it is such that you, as council, as board of directors, if you will, you're going to see everything that's going to be 50,000 and above unless it has some sort of exemption from purchasing powers. So what Kevin is trying to say is that you're going to see what we budget for, and we live within that budget. If we have some kind of emergency or something else, it's going to come to you.
I'm
You're
going to
gonna see
forget this after next month. So I'm gonna-
Yeah, but
So we're
we'll remind you, our budgets are always posted out on our website, so anytime you want to go back, you can look at that. We'll have more detailed budget fund summaries for you at our final August meeting. They'll be in your notebooks, and those will be the things that you'll be looking at as you approve the budget come September.
So could you not make it, I mean, other than trying to remember, other than trying to be diligent to make sure we don't use it, could it not then be classified as restricted funds?
they'll remind you.
Well, not from a technical standpoint. I mean, I don't know how to explain it other than we just don't spend money that we don't authorize to spend.
So great point.
We just don't
You
do it.
may not, we pray for longevity of you here at the organization, and so is Kevin. But the next person down the line may not know, and that's why I'm saying you classify it as restricted funds, therefore it causes somebody to ask that question, why is this a restricted fund?
Well, internally, I could legally and accounting wise, I can't, there's not anything that would cause me to be able to justify that on the financial books. Now, internally, I could do that.
Yeah, just like we did at one point.
Yeah,
Well, we didn't-
internally, I can do that.
But we need to get back on point to answer the question. We have been asked as a council, do we want these numbers or do we want some different numbers? Those are the straight pass-through numbers that we agreed upon with the Republic. And if we want to if we want to hedge this money or, give some wiggle room
So
for
we
the-
have to do that or change up what we agreed to the other night.
That's what, we gotta make a decision.
So we have to do this or change up what we agreed to on that line 3 or whatever.
To reduce
well,
expenditures.
that-
He's
that-
saying,
yeah.
I think, I'm sorry.
What you-
I think what Monty's saying is that we either have to do this or we have to go back and reduce our expenditures.
Yeah, on the trash.
To make a different decision.
The other night, we decided kind of on one of the lines at number 3, I think, whatever it was, and that's what this is.
That's what this is.
Exactly. This is
So that's what I'm
this is
saying,
we
if we
decided.
don't do this, we have to go back and change that.
We gotta go back and relook exactly what we're doing. Or no, we don't have to. We still maintain the same amount of services.
We know what we're doing.
But we increase what we're charging our customers for those services because we're now going to hedge money into it for the out years. And for how many out years is that? 2 or 3?
Well, if you
don't
remember,
know.
too, when we were showing you what the total solid waste rate is that you see on your bill, that every citizen sees, it's made up of several layers. one layer is that Republic layer. And then there's a layer for the landfill, and there's a layer for our solid waste employees. And then on the alley customers, there's a layer for alley reconstruction. So what you talked about last week and what directed us with Republic is changing that one layer, that one Republic layer, which changes the overall. And what we're asking you is, do you want to also build in a little more for those other layers, the landfill charges, solid waste employees? And we already built in the dollar for the alley reconstruction because that's underfunded anyway. But that's what we're asking. If you want to do that, and if you don't want to do that, then we'll revisit it next year.
No, I don't want to do that.
I'm fine waiting, that's the case. And we just, I hope we were, when we look at this, we'll have some same thoughts for, next budget year.
I mean, you're saying you don't do that at all?
Yeah, don't rate, just leave
No,
it
no,
the
no.
way it is.
Just do the
Don't
amount
pad
for
it.
Republic, for the Republic contract.
I don't particularly like it, but I'm flexible to say. I
So you mean don't add the 3, the 4, and the 4?
No.
No.
Don't add $4, $5, and
We're
$5.
saying don't add any,
don't
don't add
add
any
anything
dollars to
else.
the 3, 4, and 4.
Okay.
The 3, 4, and 4 have got to happen no matter what. It's whether we go with 3, 4, and 4, or we go with 4, 5, and 5, or 4, 5, and 6, or whatever.
Like I said, it's just I would love it better if we had it in a restricted fund, but since we can't do restricted fund per se, and it pushes out to 2024, though I really like, I'm comfortable just keeping it where it is.
Philosophically, if we're sitting around this table talking about hedging those dollars, we have to have some rationale for doing it. I'd have to stand up in front of a town hall and tell our customers why we did 4 and 4, or 5 and 5, and 6 and 6. Right around this table, we have no quantifiable rationale to stand up and be able to do that.
So what happens in case we have a severe weather event? So where do the resources come to take care of that?
Then we take care of it. We have a fund balance, we have
Yes, we
reserves,
do.
and we extract whatever we have to. But what I'm saying is that this is the path.
Those negative numbers don't indicate to me a big fund balance. They indicate to me that it's in the
No,
red.
you're off target. What I'm saying is that if we want to sit around this table and do something other than 3, 4, and 4, we have to have some quantified rationale in order to do that. And that's going to take weeks to do, because we're going to make Richards try and figure out the CPI for the next 4 or 5 years. We're going to have to figure out the inflationary factors with TMRS. We're going to have to figure out inflationary factors that affect every other aspect of our businesses running this city and increase those dollars by some dollar amount in order to stand up in front of our customers and say, this is why we did it, other than doing this. Well, why did we go more than 3, 4, and 4? Well, because we sat around on June 11th and we did this. I ain't doing that.
Well, don't we know the historical cost of severe weather events and what we had to pay?
You're talking
Republic.
catastrophic, but this is talking month after month.
Well, we have,
Catastrophic events, we handle. We handle
have
it.
a-
That's what the.
we have a fund
that's what the-
balance in
That's
the
what the
general
day's
fund.
fund balance is for.
We have a 75-day fund balance, which is 15 days over 60.
Patrick
because-
rationalized for me why you would increase 3 to whatever you wanted to raise it to.
So that I can have resources to cover just in case
Okay,
there's a
and
severe
what
weather
would that
event.
number be?
Whatever.
What's our target fund balance on the solid waste fund, Richard?
It's 60 days.
60 days, so at 41 days, we're below our target.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're, right there is the calculation. We should be at 590 in fund balance, and we're at 403, so that's 187 less than target.
So that's why I'm increasing it, to build the fund balance back up.
I don't want to increase.
But we're not gonna have a catastrophic event in solid waste.
Isn't that the brush pickup? Or am I missing the target? Isn't that what that's for?
We come out of
That
this.
is part
So,
of it.
so how do you know we're not gonna have a severe weather event? Nobody knows.
Get out a calculator then, and figure out what it's gonna take to bring it up from 41 to 60, and that's the dollar value each of those 3 categories.
Just gave you
They just gave it.
That's what we're gonna walk out with
He just
tonight.
gave a dollar figure.
No,
and break it back up to
if
what
you
we
just
found.
said
Each
increase
one
the
a dollar.
curb and alley by $1, that raised about 115,000 in revenue, so that would essentially put you right at Well, that would erase the deficit and put you
Yeah, it would
Closer to
put you,
60.
it would put you right close to 60 days.
close to 60.
Don't we have in our financial policies, doesn't it say somewhere that we strive to maintain fund balances in all of our accounts, and if we don't, then we take appropriate measures to ensure that we do what's necessary to get those fund balances back up to where they should be?
And our financial policy says that we follow GFOA best practices, and they do recommend a 60-day fund balance. That's what we state in our financial policy.
But we have a 71-day fund balance for the general fund. So if we had to have tree pickup, limb pickup, we could pay for it if we had to do that.
Out of general fund?
Yeah.
You could.
No, okay, all right, well, that explains it then. So the general fund subsidizes this fund?
Oh,
in that case.
please. Citizens don't understand all these pockets of money, and they don't care. They don't want to be charged more.
We don't know what they want, we never tried to
Oh,
explain it to
please.
them.
I wouldn't want to pay more as a citizen. I'm a citizen.
Nobody ever wants to pay more.
No.
But we're getting ready to charge them more, and what I'm saying is,
Yeah, already.
I don't wanna have to explain more than the facts and say that we've built in more than what we're being charged in order to bring the contract to fruition with Republic, and this is what it's gonna cost for our services to you, our citizens.
Okay.
I don't wanna handle that problem in a town hall. I'm comfortable saying exactly what's happening because of the contract construction and those costs, be able to explain it to customers.
Okay, well, let's do it then.
Last thing, I'm comfortable with it, but
Let's do it then.
Okay.
I'm comfortable with it, but at the same time, we're gonna bite that bullet one time or the other, whether it's next year or the year after.
But the monies are available.
So I'm
The
fine.
monies
So
are
I'm fine,
available in
comfortable with
other
it.
funds. I mean, we're sitting at 90 days in some of our funds. So we have the ability to handle a catastrophic incident.
So we're
Maybe not
saying-
out of this particular fund, but the city can handle it.
So we're saying do what's there.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that.
So I
I'm
know
saying
we
we'll
can't
do-
vote
yeah.
here, but can I get pecking corn or something like that?
You understand, move on. We'll go, Ken.
So, in summary, there's no water sewer rates that are increases that are recommended for fiscal year '20. We just talked about the contract. You all made this decision that we're going to stay at 3 and 4. I wanted to talk about how we got the $1.5 million real quickly for the AMI project. We had $1 million settlement on the Joe Pool Lake Army Corps of Engineers, and this came out of the fact that Cedar Hill hadn't been doing what they were supposed to be doing in terms of paying. I'm not trying to blame it on them, but they ended up getting a settlement to get their stuff paid off, and out of that settlement, because we had done what we were supposed to do and paid our money, we ended up getting $1 million windfall. And then in fiscal year 17, we talked about the settle up that we had to pay. We had $500,000 that came back from TRA. So that's how we originally came up with those one-time funds that came into the utility fund to set up that $1.5 million. And as I explained earlier, I think now that that's going to be closer to $5 million in terms of what it will cost. Real quickly, the winter months average options. This was something we were asked to look at. Our current methods, we do a 3-month winter average. It's based on usage in December, January, February. Keep in mind we bill a month later, so those are the actual bill months. Option 1 that I'm going to show you the numbers on in a minute. It's the same as the current method, but we would include in there billing for actual usage in any month that falls below that 3-month winter averaging. Option 2 is the 3-month winter averaging, but we take the lowest 3 months out of 4. So we would come back, throw November into the calculation, and we would look at November, December, January, and February usage and pick the lowest 3 months. Option number 3 is same as the option 2, but we add the billing for actual usage in any month that falls below the 3-month winter average. I can tell you now that it's questionable whether our system can do, our current system can do any of these things without significant cost to do some reprogramming. So if we do move to AMI and to a new system, this will be one of the things that if you all direct us to do something different, we would want to make sure that it has the capacity to do that. So here's what it looks like. With the current system, our current 3-month winter averaging, it generates about 6.8 million on the sewer side, and this is an average monthly bill. And so under option 1, that's going to stay the same as the current, but throw out the any months, or not throw out, but charge any months that are less than the winter months average at actual. That would lower, on average customer, about 60 cents. That would reduce our revenues to the sewer system about $75,000. With option 2, your impacts a decrease in your revenues of $470,000 to the utility fund, and that would save the average customer about $376 on sewer. And then if you went to option 3, that would be $538,689 decrease in revenues to the utility fund, and about a $430 average savings. So I wanted to present those options. We were asked to look at that, and that's what the impact is. So you can see that any of these options, this is the effect on the citizen, this is the effect on us.
So current,
It's current, it's 54, 51. I mean,
Okay. I'm hearing to stay current.
Yes.
Well, I mean, just out of curiosity, why wouldn't he? I mean,
We were asked to look at this, and so those were the impacts.
I just want to make one comment for the record, that whenever the time comes for us to embark on AMI, that this current council around this table on this date agreed that we need to do AMI, and the ticket's going to be about $5 million.
I'll say we send $5 million off, I'll say again, not at one time, the total package.
The total project itself, in order to do it for the entire city, it can be phased.
Yeah.
But the total bill in the end is going to be about a $5 million ticket. And we
And
sit
I would
around this
say-
table
I will say
today.
that they may come up with something else before then. Cedar Hill may have a whole bunch more problems that we learn from and do something different. You don't
Unless-
ever know.
Unless news like that comes at us, but
I mean,
based
we're
on
grateful
what
they
we,
did it first.
but based on what we
Yeah,
know today, when it comes time for them to say, now's the time to do
but
it.
going from manual to electronic manualing is something that's got to have to happen.
I've heard a lot of people from Cedar Hill say how much they like it. And I mean, that's on the employee side and people who live in Cedar Hill, who are customers and have that system now, how beneficial it is. So I think it is a good thing that we need, and it's something we need to do.
I'm just saying, from what he's saying, that you don't ever know in the future what.
Well, if there's a new technology, in fact, I mean, there has been some things that we're
Forsaking
hearing
the
on new
unknown.
technology
Forsaking
on
the
the
unknown.
readers, on the flow meters. We haven't seen it yet, but that may be something we'll, look at.
Instead of.
Yeah, technology's always changing, and we definitely want to, we
So
don't
if
want
it
to be on the
changes,
bleeding
it
edge.
costs another
But-
million, and you find something that's really superior, then you're going to come back to us and say.
And that is something that Cedar
technology.
Hill was working on, as they go ahead and explain that, I'm losing my voice.
Your point, they've already had their first lessons learned, so when they embarked upon the AMI, when it did a total system change out, there were a lot of lessons learned. There were lessons learned on the customer service component, because this is a turnkey. There's lessons learned on the software. So they're looking at, again, those adjustments that they're gonna ultimately make. Again, as Kevin mentioned before, with the meters, do they stick with those same meters? Do they go to another type of meter that could be more accurate, and again, deal with the customer service issues? And also, as Kevin mentioned, the importance of that kind of, so the communication piece between the UV software and what the meter's telling us, and then how that's deployed with all the other, and those things are sending signals every 4 to 6 hours. How often are we going to do that? So there's a lot to it, but
Does that as a low-tech signal? But I
It's a low tide, but if you,
But it-
the
if you-
frequency of the signal can then
Gives
also
you the
reduce.
measuring of the.
It does, but it can also reduce the life of that particular meter. So you've got to be careful. So how often you do it, how you have it deployed with the other reader systems. And so there's a lot to do. But yes, I mean, I think with Cedar Hill going through, I think, potentially a different, as a second iteration, Kevin mentioned, to be not on the cutting edge, let us learn the lessons. We're doing that now with our bond
I can tell you
program.
when it will not be implemented. And that was a lesson learned from Halton City. We will not implement it in the summertime, when people start getting their high bills anyway.
With a rate increase.
With a rate, oh yeah, Halton City did it in the summertime, when people started using more water with a rate increase. And then, as you mentioned, it's more accurate flow. People usually have higher bills because it is higher, more accurate. And it was
Did you
a
hear that?
triple whammy. So we learned some things from that we want.
Normally higher bills because it's more accurate read.
Well, again, that goes back to the cities that have not replaced meters. We
Right, and we
replace
have,
ours.
so.
But, but the thing is that's water we're paying for. We're paying Dallas Water Utilities for that water. If we're not collecting on the revenue side, then that's money we're losing.
I understand. I'm just saying that was the main reason to change it, is there was water that we were not getting.
And there's a lot of research too being done on different meters, different brands of meters, and the ultrasonic versus the old manual meters. And so I'm hoping that as we move closer to this, that we have better data based on those other entities that are doing that research, so we can make a good decision.
And Cedar Hill had tremendous water loss, and they did make the decision, Councilmember, that they wanted to do it immediately, everything. They didn't want to phase it, they wanted it all at one time.
They had
That's
replaced
what
the
they went to.
meters.
Yes, ma'am, and they had to replace them all, but that was the decision they made. So they had, as Richard mentioned before, they had the cash reserve plus issuing the debt to replace all the meters at one time.
I just think that we sometimes need to mention, because it seems like we always get beaten up, oh, we're behind, we're behind, we're behind. Our meters have been replaced. They are more accurate, so.
Well, they're replaced to take in new registers, and so ultimately.
I remember
yeah.
when mine was replaced.
Yeah, and the idea would be then they would take in the registers, as Kevin mentioned before, that they were having some issues, because they were using master meters as well, they were having issues with those registers. So again, we got to make sure that we have the best registers that we're having issues.
Okay, let's take a break, like 10, 12 minutes, 15 minutes, something like that. Okay, we're back, 10 after, or 11 after, I can't tell which is 11. Okay.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. Just wanted to give you a sort of a refresher from the stormwater utility fee, again, for the new council members. This is something that that was passed last year, but the first rate changes are scheduled to go in July, so just, again, wanted to bring this up for you. So again, just a little bit of background. So legislatively, we have the authorization to charge a fee to cover any costs associated with maintaining our stormwater drainage infrastructure. So back in September of 1997 is when we started charging those fees. You see a series of rates that we had in 2000 and again in 2000. But what we did is relooked the way that we measured or how we allocated those fees based off of, instead of just size of a parcel, to actually size of impervious area. And again, in September 17, 2018, the ordinance was approved. So again, what does drainage utility fee cover? Again, this little picture here is just a good illustration of a bag wall. We have a bag wall program, but again, it pays for drainage administration, so it covers 3.5 FTEs. It covers operations and maintenance of our stormwater system, and then it also helps pay for the cost of our compliance with the municipal separate sanitary sewer service. And so, again, for the new council, what we have set up is a separate sanitary sewer system and a stormwater system. And what we do is, through MS4 compliance, just set it up where our stormwater just goes in, through our pipes to a creek, and just back into nature, not into the sanitary sewer lines, and we keep those two separate. So this is what helps us with that. And then it helps pay for capital improvement projects. Again, it pays for erosion control in terms of bag wall program, where we partner with residents 50-50. It also pays for other drainage infrastructure, and then it pays for any drainage studies and master planning that we would do. So again, the new fee structure is based off of impervious area and pervious or permeable areas. So again, what you see here, we use the Costco as an example, but the impervious area is basically the parking lot and the roof associated with the structure, but we're not, they're not paying for tied to any grass that's there, because that was the natural state. When ERU, and what we're using is a model of equivalent residential unit or residential units, which correlates to the average size of a house. So it's not a 4,300 square foot house. We're talking about the roof of the house plus the driveway of the house and the sidewalk and like the back patio. Our typical house is 4,300 square feet. And so anything above a house or in the commercial and industrial, what we're saying is oh, well, you're contributing as much as X number of houses. That's how we've set this up. So again, what we're looking at here is you see 3 different models. So again, this is sort of how they came up with that 4,300, again, the driveway, the roof, sidewalk. And what I want to highlight is that with the new rates or the new change in their methodology, the residences were not affected. In fact, the resident rate of $3.50 is what set the value of the equivalent residential unit. And so what you'll see here in the second one is a small commercial building, but previously they were charged based on this parcel. And you're like, well, man, most of this is all grass, and that's why we went away from just a parcel size. So this parcel, in terms of this contribution here, is the size of basically 5 houses. And so they would be paying $17.50 a month, whereas now currently they're paying $25. And then again, looking at the Costco structure, which their parcel is basically all pavement and roof. And so before they were only paying $35 a month, but in fact they're making a contribution into our stormwater system the equivalent of 140 houses. And so they are, their rate went up. Now what I do want to point, when we saw these in the previous slides, when we looked at all of the rates when we're talking about stormwater, Duncanville went from the very tail end where with these $35 rates being on the microscopic end of the scale to now we're sort of just in the bottom third.
So they're going from 35 to $490?
$490 a month. Now we're tiering that up, and we'll talk about that.
Because we started that this year, right?
Yes.
Starts next month.
Because we did it, we did this last year.
So again, just some other highlights just for the ordinance. It does allow, the ordinance allows for billing to property owners even without an inactive water count. Now, I would say that right now it's tied to Richard's system that we've talked about. The current billing system does not have this capability, but this is a capability that exists with our updated modern building software programs. We do have circumstances where a parcel has multiple meters, so like a shopping center. And so the ordinance basically says if you have 4 meters on a particular parcel, we would divide it 4 ways equally, unless the property owner tells us some other distribution that they set. It does allow for a reduction in your assessment. So if you take back some of your pavement, return it back into grass, or you put in other retention ponds and other drainage collection mitigation things on your parcel, and you can come to us and say, hey, look, I did this and this and this. It reduces my contribution to your system, and then we would say, yep, you're right. We would adjust your fee based on that, the % reduction in flow. And again, the first increases to the applicable properties is July.
So you're encouraging that with your rates, but you're not, we don't have that encouraged with our code, with our building code, because everything we ever do, it's like pave it, you gotta pave it, we don't want anything pervious, we don't want,
Well-
we don't want anything.
Well, I mean, the zoning ordinance is, you know, in terms of a lot of the zoning ordinances, that's why we're doing the zoning update. You know, different facilities require different parking based on the current zoning. Says if you have this use, you have to have this many parking spaces. We still have excess capacity in parking. And then there are other structures that they can do. Again, it would be up to the businesses to do their cost analysis, where you can put extra retainage under the pavement to collect it and keep it on your property instead of dumping it into our stormwater system.
I'm talking
As
about,
part of the zoning ordinance update, one of the things that we will discuss with y'all is the topic of, in certain cases where it's appropriate to allow, like crushed granite parking or something that's more permeable, you know, as opposed to concrete. So, you know, is that what you're talking about,
Yeah.
Councilmember Anderson?
Yeah,
Yes. Yeah, so that
Yeah, we
is,
use
you're
it.
right, the current ordinances don't allow that. It is something that we think is appropriate in certain cases, and that would be something in the new zoning ordinance that we would like to see in there.
okay.
And then again, we allow for an appeal process. So if they disagree or they want to know how we got their counts, and then they can come to us, or again, if they restore some of our impervious areas, or what restore some impervious areas. And again, they have to have something. It's not just a little, you know, note. It's got to be someone, you know, their engineer or licensed professional saying, this is how I came to my numbers and why I'm refuting the city's numbers. Oops. So again, I just wanted to, with this, I wanted to point out the timeline. I just also wanted to give you a little bit of a snapshot on the distribution of rates so you can see really the impact. So again, the first quarterly increases go into effect in July. We already sent out letters to all the parcel owners, the property owners based using DCAD, to let them know that this was coming and informing them to go to the city's website for more information and call us. And we really haven't had any, you know, come to me yet. So
How many just sent out?
800 some letters. So, and I mean, some people own multiple properties, but basically we just did a mail sort and, you know, made addresses for everything and sent them out. So just wanted to look at the commercial and industrial parcels here. So what I did want to highlight, let me just change hands here. So we have 336 property owners who actually are paying below $15. So these people are actually will experience a rate decrease in their stormwater fees. Again, our fee structure used to be 15 for small, 25 for medium, and 35 for large. And so the vast majority of our folks are really, you know, experiencing something less or where they were at, or the same. Now, the reason why I did the 70, 140, 280 is just because, you know, these are the folks that are paying twice, typically, more likely are paying twice what they used to pay. Now, there is a caveat. We did get a call from a church, because churches, per council's direction, were not exempt from the, we didn't treat them any longer like a house. And so some of those guys are going from paying $3.50 to paying, you know, something more than that. But that was through policy, and then the school district also pays as well. So we're looking at, once you start looking at it, you're paying 75 folks, 75 properties are paying more than sort of twice what they would have paid before. And then when you're looking at the 280 plus a month, that's you know, there's only 9 properties in the city. In fact, the highest payers are the Masco and the school district. That's really who's way out here. Again, with, you know, like the Costco's. So again, just wanted to see if you all had any questions about that.
So what kind of education does staff have to kind of look at modern, these future modern ways of parking and, keeping the stormwater is a big issue? I mean, it's a big problem, right? I mean,
Well, they're
what are we doing
required-
what are we doing to get best practices? Look at, little parking lots around small buildings, these alternative uses. So what are you guys up on that stuff? I mean,
Well, I mean, I know that Chassie and I have had conversations about trying to encourage some more, adding the more landscape to get rid of the big fields of pavement that you see like on Camp Wisdom. But those are things, again, that would be addressed through the, through revisions to our zoning.
but if you had ways, if you could show us ways of doing that, then it'd be a lot easier for us to adopt zoning that matches, your vision. See, we should have a vision out here first that says we want this, and then the zoning should support that, that vision. And then, so, I mean, if we don't know how to do, I mean, if you just throw a bunch of gravel out there, you're not gonna let us just throw a bunch of gravel out in the parking lot and park on it, even though it's better for the storm system.
Well, there would be a balance, and again, the gravel, has a certain level of quaintness. I mean, those are more. However, but that's to some folks. But again, I'm.
We also have a floodplain manager as well.
We have a floodplain manager
that works with Chastity as well. So those two coupled together.
But the main thing is that in terms of the vision on what that is that was part of the zoning ordinance, council's input on where you want to see, what you want to see.
I'd see, in $1 million houses with gravel driveways these days, and lots of properties, like if you look up in Bishop Arch with gravel parking lots, and they're very effective, they're very nice, it's very affordable for small entrepreneurs to redo their properties. It looks better, it's soft, it's less heat.
Looks better than what?
Looks better than concrete.
I don't think so. And if you ever worn high heels or any kind of heel, dear,
Well, you
it ruins them.
You can deal with stuff like that with sidewalks and stuff, but I mean, to go with it, so it's not just
How do you get out of your car?
your tiptoes.
Well, and I think too that some of the different applications are different than what we're talking about. It's not gravel. The kind that we have allowed here is a compacted granite, and so it does have to meet certain density requirements. It has to be ADA accessible and ADA approved, and so it's a lot denser than what you kind of think of as a typical gravel. And it's dust free also, because you don't want dust everywhere either. So there are some applications that are pervious type that do look good and will work in certain circumstances. It's not something I don't think the council would want to see all over the city, but in certain applications or certain zoning districts like downtown, it might be applicable. Those are things that we'll talk about as it comes up in the zoning ordinance update. And I think as we go through that, maybe what you were suggesting, Councilmember Anderson as well, and I think in our zoning ordinance that was already mentioned by Friesen Nichols when we had a meeting with them previously, was using illustrations to better use in our zoning ordinance to be able to illustrate the zoning requirements. And so if that maybe speaks to what you're talking about and gives examples then of here's what we want to see and here's what the zoning requirement is, here's some typical examples of how you can accomplish that.
That's right.
So just moving on into the proposed Public Works CIP budget. Just a little bit of update again. So the capital improvement project plan is our plan to sort of lay out for you what we intend to do over the next 5 years in terms of infrastructure improvements within the city. And again, it's our proposed projects. You'll see in the out here some we're looking at, and some of these they're so big we're just sort of, we get a little bit more general as we look out, especially when we're looking at water, wastewater, utilities projects. Again, we're in the middle of a master plan. And so some of the things that come out of the master plan, we anticipate will change some of the things that we plan to do in the out years for water and wastewater projects. And again, what we're looking for, my CIP program consists of alleys, sidewalks. Sometimes we read our sidewalks, we're a red light, something that we used to fund out of red light cameras. Stormwater, we talked about with the stormwater fee. They'll pay for traffic signals, utilities, and again, for the city. So just a roll up here real quick. This is what we're looking at over the next 5 years in terms of expenditures. What I want to highlight, we'll break these in, but what I want to highlight is that the $6 million unfunded amount in streets. There is no, these other funds have a dedicated fund source from the solid waste program or from the utility program or from the stormwater fee, but streets is completely general funded, and the money that we typically get in terms of for streets is just for O&M, so mill and overlays, microsurfacing, crack sealing, and unless we did the bonds. But what we've done here and what this $6.8 million reflects is really the projects that those additional projects we nominated during the whole bond process that we still need, and so they're out here just letting you know these are some projects that we still need.
Is that everything you need for the next 5 years? Is $6.8 million for repair and replacement?
Well, not for repair. These would be replacements.
This is replacement streets.
Replacement streets.
Did you bring this up to the bond committee?
Yes.
And they
They
didn't
picked,
vote for it?
well, they picked
So we
three.
picked three street projects. As you know, it's $6 million for those three. There was a lot of street projects.
So the first fund summary I want to look at is for the alleys. And again, we were talking about here, this is a transfer from solid waste for the 200 grand. That's that portion of the fund when you saw that the alley customers pay a little bit more money. It goes towards a fund that pays for the alleys to be rebuilt. And then what you'll really see here, and I'll show you in the projects, but you notice 200,000 is a lot. So what you see a lot of is we design a project, we save money, we do the project, we design another project, we save money, and we do a project. That's really what how that reflects. And so as you see here for 2020, what we're planning to do is construct the alley at Madrid Granada and then digitize, catalog, and GIS our alley drawings. You see at the top we awarded the design project this year, but we'll get a little bit of tail end into the next fiscal year, and that's why you'll see that. But again, as you see here, design, construct, design, construct, design. Moving into the drainage fund. So again, this reflects the transfer from the stormwater fee. We do anticipate once we get into 2022, these will go up based off the full implementation of the stormwater fee that we talked about a little bit ago. But again, we're increasing those rates incrementally, and so basically all of this year and then the FY21 will still be ramping up to reflect the new rates. And again, what you'll see here is that drainage admin and operations we talked about, the F3 FTE, 3.5 FTEs, MS4 compliance, the bag wall program we talked about, and then this is the remaining is for the drainage CIPs.
The back wall you came down because people weren't requesting it?
Well, we typically have been doing $60,000.
It was always 150 before.
It has not been 150 since I've
been here. I know one year we did, I think, a project that big, but it was a 2-year carryover.
No, we just had that much in the fund because we only do 50% when a customer wants it. So if you have 150 in there in someone's project, no, I was on the list and we got an estimate and it was like $40,000, so it would have been 20,000, and I had to pay 20,000. Didn't opt to do
Right,
it.
this is a 50% funding,
Right,
right, but
right.
as long as I've been here, it's been 60,000
always
budget, so
so that came
I don't
down.
know when it changed.
Must have
But
been
I
Glenn
do know that
Hubbard.
1 year, since I was here, we didn't do any in 1 year, and next year we spent double, so we spent 120,000 in 1 year, but if it was a 150 before, I don't know when that changed.
It was, but I think that company we use is high.
They're the only ones who bid, they're the only ones who are willing to do these smaller projects and have the liability and insurance that we require. So, I mean, we put it out, we contact other companies.
I remember we were talking about that, because I don't think that all the people who do bag walls are part of that bidding system for cities. They're
We
more
contacted some other ones and they did not, they said they weren't interested in bidding on it.
small projects. Because they're high.
So again, this is the capital improvement projects planned for drainage. Again, what I want to just sort of highlight, we have a few projects that are carrying over from this year. And then we have, again, just some more projects. The alley fund and the drainage fund sort of work together on the alleys. And so the alleys, the drainage fund contributes to the alleys because there's usually a stormwater component to it. That's why you'll see a small amount where, for example, where Madrid Granada is putting in $30,000 with the alley fund to totally fund the alleys. And again, we'll see the digitization of our drainage projects. And then we go out, you'll see the other projects that we've got planned.
Greg, what about in my district with the drainage issues that we have? They're popping up all over.
Well, the one thing that we are working on that we have, that I'm aware of, that where citizens have come to me up in your district, was Longworth.
We have
He's visited.
Summit Ridge
and he's.
and Lady Lane.
Well.
Oh, yeah, we've talked to Lady Lane. That's not on here yet. We're still working on that project.
Yeah, well, we left a message in contact, and I know we've made contact with Summit Ridge, and they're supposed to go out and visit the property, along with code enforcement.
Yeah, we had so much water there, having to have a roof replaced and lost a railroad tie wall. The wall collapsed. I mean, it's not. It was so much water on that street.
I think as we talked to you about that, your wall was about 30 years old, right?
The wall was in good shape.
They-
We've had
they
people
have a
come out and
life.
look at it. Yeah, I know they do, but it wasn't because of that. It was from, because it would have been, you would have seen it from the whole way. It was where water came in, that it collapsed.
Greg, what about the wall you showed me on Copper Hill and,
Ferguson Road, that's this project right here. We're finishing up the design, and then so we're going to award it this year, and then it'll carry over into next year. That's the one where we're losing the road.
And it's a wall going in?
Gabion wall, right along the creek. For Ferguson Road, we have, basically right now, we have road, creek. And, we used to be extending out, so we'd have to go back and rebuild that creek, that storm bank, reinforce the creek bank so that we don't lose our road. That's that project that Councilman Cooks is talking about. And again, just going back to the drainage fund, we do get some funds into it, but the Peachtree, South Peach Drainage Project was one where we just got to accumulate money. This was a project, again, that was nominated for, during the bonds. It was several $100,000 to build, and it wasn't part of the end of the final bond project, so we'll get to the point in 2025 where we'll look at it. And again, I just want to highlight, we are planning a drainage infrastructure assessment in FY 2021.
And what were you going to say about the other ones that I would ask you about?
So Lady Lane, we went out there.
Some of it is, we were trying to link up with the homeowner now. So we went out and responded to his email that he sent to the city website. We even posted his, the city engineer, John McLean, went out there to let him know we need to get a hold of him so we can talk about his property. That was the Lady Lane one.
Yeah, he took pictures of how much water was there.
Yes.
He needs to contact us.
He needs to contact us. That's really.
Did you ever talk to him at all?
We left a message on his door, he has not called us back.
We've been to his property and we looked at it from the street. That's one of those cases where the house is again below the street, about probably 30 feet below grade, and the driveway is set to sort of capture a lot of that water, funnel it to a drain that's at the bottom of his, from what we could see from from the right of way. So I think he's got some issues internal to his property.
But on the street itself, you collect about 3 feet. On the street. It sits there. He's got pictures of it, and we all know about it. I just never turned it in.
That's on our radar, but we haven't started that particular project, looking at that particular project yet with all the other ones that we're working on. So that one's, at the end of the day, I think if we talk with him and get some relief on easements, that's a project that we're capable of doing in-house.
I have two more. What about, is there anything behind Village Tech, those houses behind Village Tech? Is that a creek or what is that behind Village Tech?
The creek is off to, here we go. The creek is here, and there's a creek here, I'm sorry. Tom. So there's a confluence. So there are houses that are the confluence of two tributaries. And that whole area is in the floodplain. It's in the floodway. And there's really not much we can do on the creeks because we don't own any of that land.
Okay. What about, is it Lime Tree, off of Daniel, Lime Tree? It's right behind the.
Well, can we just not address individual projects?
Yeah, I want to see if it's in the budget.
No, we haven't looked at that one. One thing I think you can probably, I think if you go back and talk to your constituency, the biggest misconception that when we talk to homeowners on our part is they think that the city owns the creek. The city does not own the creek. The city has no liability for the creek. A lot of times the creek, the center of the creek, or at least the center of the creek when the house was built, is their end of their property where they share it with their neighbor. We have circumstances where the creek neighbor, the homeowner owns both sides of the creek. And they come in and they have problems, but at the end of the day, the city doesn't have a part to that. We don't own any of the land behind those creeks. The creek, the way it works is they own the creek, the federal government owns the water. We clear the channel if there's snags. They own the creek
The city clears the creeks.
if there's snags.
What's a snag?
That means if debris comes from upstream and sort of gets somewhere and snags on something, that's where they go.
Damming it up.
Streets, again, what you're seeing here, as we talked about before, we have a few funded projects, and then the unfunded just continues out to the out years. Again, the funded projects we have is supporting the hardscape part of the US 67 landscaping that we're working with TxDOT on, and that pre-engineering that we're talking with the county for Main Street. That's part of the Camp Wisdom Main Street bond project. And after that, we're out of money. For the utility fund, again, we get transfers out of the funds that Richard talked about, and so I get about $5 million every year. And that's really our capacity with the staff that we have. It's a little bit high in 20, but you'll see we have a lot of projects that are just rolling over from this year into next year. The big highlights is the Center Ridge Apartments, water, wastewater, CIP job. We've had bad water there. So
that project is really the highlight, and then you just see a bunch of other water, wastewater jobs rolling over. And then in 2020, the one I really want to highlight again is we start the Daniel Dale ground storage tank rehab. That's a two-phase project. So phase one is the pump house and one of our ground storage tanks, and then after that one's done, we'll do the second ground storage tank. And then you'll see how it's carrying over. Some of the funds are carrying over because these are long projects, and then we have other projects that we've got planned. Again, this is subject to water wastewater fund or water wastewater master plan and other things that may change. What I want to talk about now, because it was a hot topic a few months ago, and so I just wanted to bring you up to date on our SSO mitigation. There's 11 by 17s, I think, that you all have on your desk. This one here is just to sort of help orient you to the map. So what we see is accumulation down here in your key. You'll see our pipe bursting efforts from the previous year all the way to the orange, which you'll see up in here, and then down in the southern part of the city, which is what we're planning for next year. We are currently still working off of our pipe bursting project that we awarded in 2018. That was a $2 million job. It's taken us a long time to do that. So what we're do now is we allocate. My plan reflects allocating $1 million in the year out of the CIP for pipe bursting. In addition, in the O&M fund, we allocate $100,000 a year for sewer basin studies. That helps us find where the breaks are and potential areas of groundwater infiltration. And then we also allocate $80,000 a year for manhole spray lining. So again, those are also a point of entry. One last thing, as you see here, these yellow, we had a really, back in October when it was really wet, these were all these yellows with the yellow highlights with the red circle is where our SSOs are. And you can see this is really where we are focusing our efforts. Just in conclusion, we talked about with the utility fund, that's healthy, and about as long as we're getting about $5 million in transfers, that's the capacity of the staff that we have in-house. We do have the stormwater fee revisions, which we anticipate putting more money into available money into addressing some of our drainage projects in the city. And as we talked about before, the streets fund, other than with the $6 million from bonds, we have no designated fund source to, like we have with the other funds, to go towards street CIP, which is the replacements. Any questions?
So, if you did all this work, how much more deferred maintenance do you estimate that we have
For
other needs of currently what we have right now? After you spend all of it, if you do this, you got any kind of estimate on really how far behind we are?
I estimated at one point, this was several years ago, and we've increased our contribution some, but not enough. I estimated that it would take 30 years for us to go through and replace all the water and sewer pipe in the city at the rate that we were going. And that was several years ago. And it's a little better. It's a little better now.
So basically, I would say basically, if we were with the funding at 30 years, you're basically hitting your lines at the end of their life. We're upgrading at the end of life. That's life cycle replacement.
So it's continuous, it never ends.
It's continuous. We're always doing something.
Can you stay up with the maintenance without borrowing money? You can't stay up with the maintenance without borrowing.
I would say that we're fine with the money that we have. We don't need to borrow any money for utilities If you want to accelerate the alleys, that would have to, we don't have money beyond, doing it every few years. Same with drainage.
So I thought on the streets, when we did our orientation, that I thought, I heard 3.8 million we needed right now, and that we're borrowing 1.8 to do the maintenance.
So,
Is that
so let me clarify. So again, we did a street survey back in 2015 that told us the condition of all our pavement in the city. And the idea is to keep your streets maintain them so that all you're really doing is the crack seal, microsurface, mill and overlay, repeat for asphalt. And we're doing slab replacement so that we don't have degradation of pavement to the extent that now we have to replace jobs. And we're talking factors, orders of magnitude between each of those prescriptions. So when we did the pavement evaluation, we need $3.5 million a year in street maintenance. That's not these projects I just showed you. That's just
maintenance
for crack sealing, mill and overlay, microsurfacing, pavement lifting, pavement replacement. And we had 1.9 my first year. We had 1.6 last year. We're asking again for, we programmed in about 1.6 so far in the budget for this year, subject to, everything else in the budget. But that's just to maintain the roads that we have. That's not to take care of any of the roads that are so far gone that I can't do anything about them anymore.
So if you don't stay up on that though, then they're going to go faster.
They'll go. What you don't see part of this, but there's an exponential drop off after a certain number of years, where after a certain pavement condition index, where you can't recover anymore, and you have to replace them.
So what we are planning to do on our pavement management, that study was done, I think, in 2015. So we are looking at probably trying to do that study again in 2021, because we didn't get really started on the maintenance until a year later. So we wanted to do 5 years of maintenance, do the study again, the condition index, and see where we're at. Based on the numbers that the system told us and the condition where we wanted to be at, we're not putting enough money into that maintenance, as Greg said. We'll know better after we do another condition index, how accurate that was, the first run was. So it might tell us that we're okay, and it might tell us that, yeah, we're falling farther behind.
I'll be followed by Jennifer.
Okay. So we talked about the general funds. Good evening, everyone, by the way. We talked about the general fund, talked about the utility funds, so I will be hitting on all of the other funds within the city. For the benefit of the new council members, I did want to give a brief synopsis when I do hit each fund, just kind of the purpose of what that fund is for, how it gets its revenues, and what we can use the expenses for. Some of these are special use funds. Okay. The first fund is the Economic Development Fund. This particular fund is a restricted use fund. You can only spend the money that you receive in it for specific purposes. Economic development receives its revenue from sales tax. So as a consumer in Duncanville, you pay 8.25% in sales tax. 6.25 of that goes into the state, and 2% comes back to the city. 1% goes to general fund, 0.5% goes to debt service, and the other remaining half goes to economic development. Its expenditures can only be spent in specific ways, such as providing incentives, things for to attract businesses to the area, to help improve current businesses and retain current businesses. So the expenditures used are for those kind of activities. The expenditures include 2 full-time employees. They're partially funded out of here, as well as the hotel motel tax fund. It also includes Keep Duncanville Beautiful activities. It includes beautification efforts. And under beautification, we do have some seasonal employees that are funded out of here for beautification, as well as sustainable. Those are the different areas that come out of the expenditures here. As we talked about last night with sales tax, that we are expecting a decrease in sales tax, so that has also hit the Economic Development Fund by approximately 1%. So that decreased the revenues here over the FY19 adopted. On the expenditure side, other than the ongoing recurring expenses, we did see some grants and rebates expensed here in FY19. One was for the WV service, and the other one we're anticipating for the Hampton Inn and Suites. Additionally, we did earmark some funds for the Toyota property demolition, and that expected cost is $130,000. Of course, that is still something that the council has yet to discuss and decide what they want to do with that. Okay, getting into the FY20 proposed budget. Again, we are anticipating a sales tax decrease of about 2%, so that comes to about $50,000 off of the revenues proposed. The expenses include, we are including the proposed intern in this fund, or in this FY20 proposed budget, as well as some additional incentives that were not previously budgeted in FY19, so there is a difference there. So at the end of the year, we're projecting about $3 million ending fund balance in economic development. Getting into hotel motel tax, again, this is another special use fund. This comes from the 7% occupancy tax that's charged to the users of our motels and hotels. Again, a portion of our economic development admin staff are also funded out of here. Currently, the revenues we're projecting to come in at about 11.8% less due to the roadway enclosure, and as well as the Hampton Inn and Suites are not open to date. Now, the funds that we can use out of hotel motel go towards activities that help promote tourism to the city, kind of gets that heads and beds kind of a thing. We currently budget $137,000 in grants that we give to different activities such as the Gasso, Sandra Meadows Classic. We also do give Duncanville Community Theater, as well as the International Museum of Cultures and the Chamber of Commerce. We do give grants out of here for those services. The expenses here, the change.
Do you have a list of all of those?
I do. I can certainly provide you those.
And those will be coming back from the applications that they turn into Jessica. I'm sorry, when is your deadline? July?
July 10th.
How can I find out the quickness about the theater and stuff like that? What's the term? I mean, can I get terms and stuff on what they're doing, how much they pay, all of that kind of stuff? Where can we get
Copies
that?
of their agreements, Mr. Anderson?
Yeah.
Is that what you're asking for?
Because, I'm curious.
I do know we give them $30,000 annually for their operating their.
Okay.
Yeah, but yes. I know
So will
that.
we have that, that'll be in this budget, though, all of that stuff will be in?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
It's in FY19 as well as FY20. We can
And the
budget for
council
those.
actually votes on each grant individually.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
each grant applicant comes before the council. They'll come at the same time, but the council will consider each of those grants.
Is the Eon thing up here too, whatever that is? I don't understand what it
Hotel
is.
occupancy.
It's not in any, where does it?
It's a separate, they pay a lease, and there was an economic grant given to them, and that's paid out of the general fund.
So will that be part of this budget too?
It was part of the general fund budget.
It is, okay.
So what did you just say, that we paid out of the general fund for Eon?
There was the grant, the grant that was given to them, the debt service for that loan is coming from the general fund. And then the lease payment is coming back into the general fund as well.
And are they up to date on their payment?
They were behind again by a month, and we've been in contact, we have been in contact, so.
And they're new owners on Eon?
Pardon?
New owners?
No, not yet.
No, they're not.
What do you mean, not yet?
No, I mean, they have been trying to get a new partner, but they have not achieved that yet.
And so our contact, that was out of Kansas City now?
Oh, no. I mean, no, the owner's still the same owners. Our contact is in California.
But we used to have one in Dallas.
Oh, you mean the guy here? Yeah, he's not with me.
So we have to.
And we haven't really gone through him anyway, we've gone through California.
So the guy in California is still there?
Go back to this, please.
Which one? Just keep
No, yeah, I'd like us to keep.
Oh, sorry, okay. The expense changes here in FY19 revised.
You can ask.
We've added an additional
I will.
$25,000 for the Duncanville Football Classic, it's known as ALW Entertainment, to advertise us in Washington DC, and then also $40,000 to do a hot funds audit. For the FY20 proposed budget, again, we're projecting a decrease in the revenues due to the roadway enclosure, and it's closed until further notice. On the expenditure side, we do have a decrease, and that primarily due to the decrease in economic development contribution towards the Fieldhouse advertising that is being absorbed into Fieldhouse's budget. And then there's, again, the increase of the $25,000 for Duncanville Football Classic grant for the next year. The Transportation Improvement and Safety Fund, yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Okay. The Transportation Improvement and Safety Fund, AKA the Red Light Fund, as you know, that this is going away due to recent legislation. This is a kind of snapshot, obviously, where we project to end up at the end of this current year. We've received year-to-date just over 1 million in fines, and we don't project to receive very much more than that at this point. We do have about $600,000 that we budgeted for projects out of this fund. We've spent $240,000 already year to date, so we have about another $400 to go for the rest of this year, and that leaves a fund balance of $452,000 to spend down. Now, I gave each of you a list of the projects. It's in your stash of papers there. To give you a breakdown of what the projects are that we have earmarked for this year, as well as potential things we can do next year to in order to spend down that fund balance. Spend down the fund balance, we have the watch guard, which is those body cameras that we talked about. That was a 6-year contract, and funding the 3rd year, we could do that with those funds. That would only leave another $16,000 to pay out for the rest of that contract. Cobalt traffic controllers, battery backup management system. These are all obviously signed-in signals related to infrastructure. Video detection equipment, applied identification units. This will leave about another $170,000 left to spend down, and I do know that there are some streets that can be funded from that street.
Sidewalks.
Sidewalks that can use that.
So the first half is paid for because it was out of the 18-19 budget.
Correct.
And the second half,
It's just some ideas of what we could use to spend down that fund balance, because we're going to
Okay.
end the year with $452,000.
okay. You get it, Mom? Questions?
Yeah.
All right, moving on into the Fieldhouse Fund. The good news this year is that we are projecting to be ahead this year. We're having a net change of $36,000, so we are bringing in more money than we are spending. As you know, back in May, Greg gave a lovely presentation of their second quarter earnings and expenditures, and they are projecting to actually come out ahead. We haven't revised the numbers, but they are projecting to come out ahead from where we have budgeted. There are some unexpected expenses, most likely plumbing and things that they have to do that they're not expecting, but that has been offset by some savings and vacancies. So really, the only change in expenses is about $12,000 net. So that.
Hold on a minute, Zach. Hold on. I just want to make sure I understand.
Yes.
You go back. Just a second. This is different. What is this different that you gave?
Yes, I did provide that for you because you wanted a more detailed breakdown of this. This is as of the end of April, and this is obviously what we're projecting from a high level perspective for the end of this fiscal year.
So 19 is what you're
What we're currently
projecting?
in. Yeah. To end the fiscal year is what
That's
we're
our
projecting.
projection.
For 19.
What you have in your hand was the actual as of the end of April. That was what was in your packet
So that's
last
October,
Tuesday.
the end of October.
Financial
End of
report.
September, what you're projecting.
So, but that has the more detail of all the different revenues and the different
So you
expenditure
take in
items.
$1.8 million or so is what you're taking. $1.3 million or plus, what's the 536?
The 536, that is the, yes.
Oh, that's the debt service.
Yeah, the economic development we transfer it in, so it's shown as a revenue, but then we pay it out.
So you transfer it in from the EDC and then you pay it out as
So it's
debt
really an
service.
in and out.
So you take in $1,351,000 and you have $1,313,000 in expenses.
Correct.
Okay.
For the FY20 proposed, really the overall increase in revenues of 36,000, so we project in the year with a positive of 18,000. We expect to increase our food and beverage sales, and then obviously our basketball and volleyball rentals. The expense, we're increasing in admin and operations of 55,000, and I have a note here for that. And then our food cost is going up.
So the ending fund balance is accumulative from year to year. I mean, you're just,
Rolling it over,
Rolling
so
over.
yeah, we're chipping away at that negative fund
What
balance.
accounts for that 55,000?
Yeah, I wrote it down here, so I'm trying to turn my page. Overall, it's, there was about 20,000 that was for the group insurance, the employee insurance. Their janitorial services went up 28,000. And then there's some increased costs due to one-time expenditures for the rec track installation
Okay.
that they're going through. So, and then there were some savings in some other areas, but it kind of,
Okay.
the net effect is that.
Thank you.
On the revenue, that sponsorship of revenue, the original budget, the 125,000.
Mhm. Yeah, I think we need to kind of look at the breakdown of those different accounts. With the rec track software, I know that they're better accounting for accurately of where certain funds should be expensed to or should be reflected in. So when you look at the net, we are projecting to be on target or not, if not ahead. So really, in reality, their sponsorships are probably closer to 90,000. And in that presentation he gave back in May, he did break down the sponsorships, like who, and then that one's going to lag a bit because they get more of their funding in the summer months and payments that are due. The next fund is the tax incremental financing fund. There's really a lot of activity that's going on in this just yet. Right now, we're just transferring in funds to build up the fund balance for future projects. Now, this was something that was back in 16-17 year that we set up, and so basically we targeted an area that we are going to put in funds from the differences in the increases in their taxes. Right? If I say that right.
That's
pretty much.
Captured tax value.
Yeah, tax value. So we'll be able to,
so the
future-
benchmark, what was the benchmark year? What was the?
17 is when we started it. EDC allowed 150,000 to start up this fund, and then now it's coming from general fund every year to transfer that difference.
And the 150,000 is on a 10-year interest-free loan.
Yeah. And it'll be used to, improve underutilized business areas, I believe. Is that the right way to say it?
Infrastructure and redevelopment
Yeah.
purposes.
So, and right now it's the Camp Wisdom primarily area.
So 19, what went in, because you had an increase in tax value, so you had somewhere around $79,000 that.
Yeah, that was the actual
Went
of
into
what
that.
we received and of course what we're projecting. But again, with the property taxes and all of that, we're not really sure where we're going to end up, so.
That FY18 actual is actually 17 and 18, because I transferred that.
Oh, 79,000 was 17 and 18.
Yes.
And then 19 was 34.
Yeah.
So
Well, it
far,
was projected at 34, and then I revised it to 40.
Oh, okay, yeah.
but why wouldn't it be closer probably to the 79?
Because that was 2 years.
And that's basically just, there's nothing, I mean, the only increases has been like the McDonald's, I guess, is as far as new construction, the rest of it's increase in just assessed value.
And the Hampton Inn and Suites will be included in there as well.
But does it come on? It hasn't really come on yet, has it?
Right.
Okay.
Well, they're open though, aren't they?
No, they're not.
I thought they were.
Hopefully August, right?
Right.
Okay. So the last bit of funds here are internal service funds. These are the funds that we set up internally. So we make contributions from the various activities in order to fund certain activities and make expenses. So the first one is a fleet replacement program, and then we have contributions coming in again from all over the various activities, and it goes into this fund, and then that's how we're able to pay cash when it's time to replace vehicles. So our expected ending fund balance for FY19 comes out to about 2.2 million. I do know that we've been able to push out some vehicles due to better maintenance on the vehicles and being able to push them out to use them longer, as well as we're catching up on our 18 schedule replacements. So we'll have more expenditures coming out of FY19. The next one is IT replacement, the same thought process there, so we can contribute into the account and we will be able to replace our equipment and keep it up to date. Technology is ever changing. But there's no change in contributions there, but our estimate for what we're actually purchasing this year has come out lower because we used to put an inflation factor in there and raised what we expect to spend, but we don't spend that much. The next one is the comprehensive self-insurance. That's your workers' comp and then liability claims. No change in contributions from the activities, but our workers' comp claims did come out higher this year, but our liability claims are lower, and ultimately the premiums we paid came out lower. So we have a healthy fund balance of $763,000 there. For FY20 proposed, again, same. We did change the contributions on the fleet replacement. 40% is what it currently is this fiscal year, and we're going to keep that contribution the same. This was an effort to help spend down a little bit of that fund balance. We changed the contribution to 70% for utilities and 50% of solid waste. We expect to replace about 11 vehicles and heavy-duty equipment. IT replacement, we are changing the contribution to 30% for all funds. The expenses include 54 items due for replacement, and then comprehensive self-insurance. Our revenues remain flat, no change in contributions at this point. Expenses are projected to be down. The last one is the medical insurance folks. I know we sort of brought this up yesterday. This kind of shows you where we're at, where we're going to be at the end of this year as well as next year. The good news is we're not as far behind as we originally budgeted in FY19, and the big changes there is obviously the employer-employee rates are updated in the revenue. We had that one-time contribution lump sum added in here, and then our actual run-out claims were $100,000 less than what we budgeted. As you know, we went from self-insurance to fully insured, so now we have the fully insured rates that we have to pay, so that's obviously out of the expenditures line there. So moving forward in FY20, the only expenses that we're paying for are our insurance consultant fee and then the cost of the fully insured plan. As of right now, we don't have any projected rate increases in this proposed budget, but I'm sure that will be coming down the line once we get some final numbers in for the renewal with our consultants. But right now, as of the end of April, we have a 68% loss ratio, which is actually really good. So go figure. So here's just some ideas, when we talked with our consultants and what we could possibly do to reduce the cost, to help increase that fund balance and kind of make us whole. We could consider another lump sum transfer, obviously adjust employee-employer rates, maybe look at salary banded rates. We've talked about spousal surcharges, where we would, if spouses have coverage available to them from their own employer or elsewhere, then there would be a surcharge added to them.
We're not doing that now?
No. We talked about it,
Done that.
haven't committed to
Do
it.
that everywhere.
Well,
If they've got insurance offered at their companies, it only makes sense.
And some other things we could do is narrow network options, where we've been having out-of-network benefits, of course, evaluated prescriptions, step therapy, advisor deductibles out of pockets. Those are just some ideas that we can always continuously look at so we can make it affordable. That's all the other funds. We're going to go back to Susan. And I believe we're going to go back to where we left off yesterday.
yes.
So what are we going to talk about this stuff on the insurance?
Well, we can talk about it right now.
Well, I'm not suggesting that, I'm just saying at what point, because that's one of the most serious parts of the
Well,
whole.
that's, what we're looking at is, we are going to be making changes in the plan. We've already put out to the employees last year that we were looking at moving and requiring spouses with insurance to be off the plan. I think right now, don't we include a surcharge? Todd, do we have a surcharge right now for spouses on the plan that they have coverage available?
I
do not currently have that up until the employees that will be coming next year.
The surcharge.
Correct.
Okay, but then we were also looking at moving them, forcing them off the plan. They have,
We have talked about that.
right, yeah, so,
No, that needs to happen. Yeah. If they've got offered it at the company they work at, why in the world would we take it on?
it's one of the things that we're looking at. So it is becoming a trend. It's not that common everywhere, but it is becoming more of a trend.
They asked us years ago at AT&T if you had a spouse and if they were had insurance available. Or it was, you know,
Well, we are looking at a number of things, and as we said, we've had a good year, so you know, we expect to have a minor increase in our rates from the insurance carrier, but we are going to look at increased rates again on the employee side, and we will look at being able to make a fund transfer if we need to, depends on what it all works out to be. But we are, as we said last year when we did this was going to take us a couple of years to get back to where we need to be.
well, but since we're making decisions on this, I mean, that's one place right there that's absolutely the trend. I don't know anybody that if a spouse has insurance available, that they,
I'm trying to. I'm trying to recall, what was the Soto did something for their employees. I'm trying to recall what that was. Implemented a plan for mothers.
Oh, yes, medical leave.
Yeah. What the,
We do not want to do that.
can you tell me why?
Extra cost.
Do we know what the cost is?
I don't remember how many weeks they,
I think 3. is
3
what-
weeks,
3 paid leave.
3 weeks paid leave. So that would be probably, it'd be a cost. I mean, I don't know how much, it would depend on how many people they use it, but I just, you know, we have FMLA, you can take family medical leave now, and that's paid leave if you have sick time accrued. So I would not recommend doing that, going with 3 weeks paid leave.
we currently have 3 weeks paid leave.
No, we do not.
We do not.
I do not recommend going that. DeSoto did that. I do not recommend doing
Okay.
Okay, mayor, members of council, we'll go over a couple more budget, kind of picking up where we left off yesterday. A couple of recurring budget proposals. One is a citizen satisfaction survey. One of the things, especially as our outreach being one of our goals, we also want to be able to understand how we're doing. What this proposal would be would engage a company to come in here and help us with putting together the questions that we want to find to gauge both our performance, how we're doing, how we can improve. They would then be responsible for, then in essence, sending out the survey. They would send out postcards and try to penetrate and get as much feedback as possible, understanding that we, probably likely that we get 3 to 5% return in the respondents. But what we would like to do, and why we're calling this recurring, is from this moving forward, it would be a way of us measuring our performance. And again, if you had those standardized questions that we could come up with that would be helpful for us as we're coming up with policy issues, budgets, and so forth, what we would then do is continually get that survey, whether we do it every year or every other year, with those same questions that would provide, I think, valuable feedback. Again, we had discussions earlier, the council had discussions earlier about, what is the pulse, what do the citizenry, what do they want, maybe when it comes to garbage and so forth. We could also customize those questions. But we would, measure that public opinion on the delivery of our services, for example. Input on specific policy questions could also be surveyed, and again, help us identify priorities among residents. So this cost would be an annual cost of $20,000 for your consideration.
Can we not move that in-house? Is there any way to move that in-house? I mean, we've had this kind of a survey done before. last year, I believe.
You could. I think the advantage of having it outside would be that you would also then have that impartiality. So you wouldn't have them, oh, yeah, you're having the staff do it, so the staff might be, manipulating numbers, whatever it is, so we could get away from that and have a third party. Oh, that, I know we've never heard that, right? But, I mean, that would be, you'd have a third party that would be in charge of that and running that approach.
I just
That's an
think
idea.
the questions, I think, instead of using it out, like judging from some of the stuff, like the cap zone, some of that stuff is, I think it should be more questions that are more apropos.
Absolutely. We're not suggesting the questions at this point. It would be what council wants to, what do you want to know? Do we have enough restaurants? I mean, you can have the whole gamut of questions that would try to gauge that kind of performance.
You would ask questions like, how satisfied are you with, and list a number of city services, and then you have a scale of 1 to 5. So you would be gauging public satisfaction on the different city services that we provide. So that gives you then that benchmark so that you can say, well, something's going on here, we need to increase, or we need to figure out why people are not satisfied. Or, hey, people are very satisfied with this, let's keep doing what we're doing here. It gives you a more scientific input from the community on the different services we provide, and it gives us a benchmark to look at over a period of time. Again, it's just something that we're offering.
Is this done with a postcard, you said?
So what they do is they send it's a randomly selected sample of the population. They send a postcard to that randomly selected sample, inviting them to take the online survey. And then if they're not getting enough response, then they'll send another crunch of postcards out. But you want it to be random. You don't want it, because again, too, if you just put it out there, you're gonna have certain people that will always respond. So you try to target a random.
They'll have control numbers, so when they go online, you're going to enter your control
So
numbers.
didn't we announce it publicly to go on?
Well, we did, and that survey was part of the comprehensive planning effort and part of the park master plan study. Both of those surveys were done by those consultants that were doing those master plans.
And if you're going to do it right, a third party would be the best route to go. And then secondly, though, I would ask, from National League of Cities and TML, there was companies there. Have you looked at those companies there that offer the same similar service? However, there was not a price. There was a price tag a different way versus coming out of the budget. So if you look into those companies, I think I gave you
Doesn't
one.
come out of the budget.
Yeah, but it was not a charge to the cities. There was another way they were doing it. I'll just tell you. Next time we have
One of the things that we're doing to get you can do a market study. This is something that we're just recently doing. You can do a survey or a market study, whatever you want to call it. You could probably combine this into a survey and a market study at the same time. But we're hiring people to do it online, on the phone, just like calling. And we get, because you'll get, like you say, 2 or 3%. I know it costs more. But this is somebody calling on the line could give you a serious market study and a survey at the same time. Because, you could use it to really go in and say, do you know any entrepreneurs that want to start businesses in town? Do you want this kind of restaurant? What do what do you like about the city? Is the trash, you could add several things to it, and it would be much more effective. I know it's going to cost you more than $20,000 to do that, but to have valuable information like this, and you could actually relay a message at the same time. For what we're doing, I believe in this. I think we ought to do it at like a higher rate.
Well, I'll tell you from experience with it, we have, as an organization, we went 2 ways. First, we did it by phone for a very long time. And
Wells Fargo?
Yes. And we're still doing so we moved from by phone to strictly doing online. And so pretty much like we were asking you to sign up and go online to do it. The phone situation for us picking up was not as strong as it was using it on. And you still have
The increase in robocalls, people aren't answering their.
Right, and actually that's going away.
No, it wouldn't be a robocall.
No, but it's gonna show up as a caller ID, and people, if you don't recognize it.
So that's why-
they're not
that's why the
answering their
online
phone.
survey-
But in Duncanville, you have a whole lot of people that don't even have email.
Yeah. Oh, this is a really off-the-wall suggestion.
Okay. I'm ready.
My guess would be that we could go to a university in the area and go to their advertising and marketing senior level class and ask them to make this a semester project. In the design of the marketing, so now, they won't be designing the web interface, but they would design the questions. They could come in here, interview us, interview staff, interview citizens, whatever you want to do. But in terms of the design of the questions and the survey itself, this would be an excellent project for a senior level graduating class in advertising and marketing.
I like
At
that.
no cost,
I like that idea.
at no cost.
I mean,
I don't know
we
when
got
university.
interns doing all kinds of studies on different things these days in schools and things.
Well,
They're
to-
doing
I won't
all
say it's no
kinds.
cost. I like that.
Dr. Munn, Dr.
You
Munn,
might-
at University of
you could make some-
North Texas, Dallas. I mean, I've met with him a couple of times. To go out there and ask him to do this with the class, I think he'd jump on it.
I'd like to see-
Southwestern do the same thing.
I'd like to see
DBU.
put some high school
Yeah,
students in
yeah.
with them here.
So let me do this. Obviously, the survey idea is good. We just need to come back with options. Councilmember Coach will look at the suggestions you had. We'll get pricing if we want to delve in with the phone marketing, and then we'll have to do some outreach on perhaps university, using a university.
Something in surveying to me, I don't understand why people don't do it more. We need to be surveying 8th graders, 9th graders, and 10th graders, because what we're doing is setting new cities for people, other people, and not ourselves. And so we need to, I think we need to look at some cutting edge, more thinking with this, because this is an opportunity to do something really good, I think. Like
All that takes is a touch with the EISD,
You're right.
have a written survey and have them handed out in class, collected.
Okay, thanks for the feedback. And we have another program that we would like to present. This is the Neighborhood Entryway Enhancement Grant Program. And the idea for this program is to basically enhance neighborhood or subdivision entryway features. That could be through signage, landscape lighting, or uplighting, plant materials and so forth. That'd be the entryways that you can see from the road. So it wouldn't be projects that are internal to a neighborhood. They would be projects that would benefit the public that you would see from a roadway. Right now, as we've been kind of studying different cities' programs, we're recommending a 50-50 match grant program. So what we go back and say is, if there's a neighborhood out there that has a formal, HOA, neighborhood association, what have you, even an active crime watch, we realize, by the way, Duncanville doesn't have a lot of formalized or formal HOAs or community associations. But even if they can have an active crime watch, which would then benefit as far as, crime prevention and so forth, I think that would be beneficial. And what we would say is your eligible projects would be a, entryway signage if you need to repair an existing sign, or if you want to add a sign to your subdivision or your home association, anyway. They include landscape improvements at the entryway, again, lighting, irrigation, plant material would be those. They'd also then have to take care of it, so it'd be sustainable. It'd be a one-time project infusion, and at that point, they would then have to take care of the maintenance of those projects. Right now, we would set the maximum award about $5,000. No reoccurring cost or maintenance projects. Again, once we give them the money, they would then take that project over and maintain the landscaping, for example. We have briefed the Neighborhood Vitality Commission. They did like this idea. They did have a couple of issues of concern. One was just making sure about the sustainability of the project. Again, we talked about that we want them, again, to use plant materials that would be xeriscape, for example, that would have lasting value. Obviously, that would be on a certain plant material list, would be another option. And again, the focus too was the wealth disparity between different neighborhoods. They wanted to be very careful that we didn't create a program that would only benefit neighborhoods that were in better shape than others, because you have, again, that disparity of different neighborhoods that are really trying to better themselves and make the best that they can. So we didn't want to, you're trying to keep it within reason, so we're proposing initial funding of $10,000. And that would roughly just say 2 neighborhoods came to us and wanted to participate in this program. So I know it didn't seem like a lot, but I think just to get the program started, this would be an idea. Neighborhood Vitality could be, a suggestion that they, we could run those applications through them. They could then weigh in on them and then make that recommendation to council or what have you. And I've got some examples of.
So council would be the decision authority.
If you want it to be, it's a $5,000 grant, if that's what you want to do, or they can go through the applications, pair them out, and then make those recommendations themselves. You can have them come to council. This isn't,
Yeah, and having
a new
homeowners
program.
associations, not all of us have homeowners associations.
That's exactly right. I mean that.
And on the committees themselves, it's not equal the number of people from each district either. So.
But that's up to each neighborhood to come forth with the grant. It's not up to who's on the commission.
Not the grant, but you mean their application?
Mm-hmm.
It's up to the neighborhood to come, but that's what I'm saying. It has nothing to do with who's on the commission. All it is.
Well,
is
it does in the
neighborhood.
end when you make a decision on which ones you bring forward.
But they would have to be ready to bring the money. I mean, they would have to come up with cash. They could come with in-kind. They may find a contractor that's willing to do it. That could be part of the match. So we're trying to open it up so that they would be able to come.
Yeah, they took
forward
ours
and do it.
away. We did have a brick entryway. I think it was Frank Kiesler or Redbird, I'm not sure what it said. It said, but they took it down. It was on Duncanville Road.
That's a great partnership between city and neighborhoods.
City, I guess. It kind of started deteriorating.
So the 10,000 will come out of the general fund?
Yes.
It's a great partnership between city and neighborhoods.
The sign that you see here, for example, I believe was roughly around $1,000. So we're not talking about large masonry signs or so forth, because that can get really expensive very quickly, $50,000 to $100,000.
Just replacement of deteriorating stuff.
I would, you could do a new sign, or you could modify what you have existing. What I'm suggesting is, you're not wanting, again, if you're trying to do a masonry sign, this is not a good example to your left, but a masonry sign and so forth, that could get expensive. And so we're not suggesting something like that. What we're suggesting is on the right-hand side, that like the Huntington Park sign there.
And that's what I'm saying. The Huntington Park sign was deteriorating.
It was, no, you're right.
And they just rehabbed and refurbished that sign. It's not
That's a new sign. That's a new sign.
It's a new sign, okay.
But it replaced an existing sign,
I'm
yes.
saying there wasn't new construction of the Huntington Park sign.
Yes, there was. And again, you look to your left, I'm just, again, demonstrating kind of, the plant materials. I think it's within reason. You're not just overwhelming the flower bed, because again, they'll have to maintain that. You hate to have them spend the money, put it in there, and then it dies the next year. So we'd encourage xeriscaping, those kind of things. But any kind of beautification, as long as the public can benefit from seeing that.
That's great.
So just,
So the $10,000, $5,000 for each one, and they have to come up with it, the neighborhood.
they would come up with up to 5,000. Max, up to 5,000, and then we would match that, whatever that amount was. If they came up with 5,000, we would then put 5,000 in. If it's
So if that's a $1,000 sign and they bring 500 and the city puts 500 in, make it sign.
Up to, so there
Maximum.
could be more than two.
It could be
more than, right, it could be more than 2 projects, depending on the cost.
We wanted to get council's feedback before we began to formalize, we don't want to formalize the applications and so forth to get into the particulars of it if this was not.
Yeah, if this wasn't something you were even would entertain, then we're not going to bring anything forward. As we said, the Neighborhood Vitality Commission liked the idea, but they did have a number of very valid concerns and questions, so we wanted to.
Did we do this last year?
No, this
is
is
brand new.
this would be a new thing then, so we wanted to get if council likes this idea, then we'll.
I think anything to clean up the crooked signs and trim the trees and, not trick it up too much, because then you can't keep it up. Like you're saying, I think you're
Yeah.
right. I mean, even those little flowers there, you can't keep up, but it's, whatever you whatever you put there needs to look good. Mark.
Yeah, sustainability of the plant material.
And I like that the neighborhoods are putting into it themselves. Anything you put into yourself, you're gonna, what you wanna keep up.
Take pride in that.
I know in my area, they have issues with the name Redbird. Because the street Redbird is so long and it goes into an area that is crime-ridden. And they don't particularly like being known as Redbird.
That's not cranberry though.
What?
Redbird is not cranberry. It's not cranberry, that's a different story.
Redbird that goes all the way down. No, it's not a different story. We are Redbird Edition. And the street itself is
But
very.
is there a gateway? Is there a gateway?
We had one, but I can't
But it's
remember if it
not
said
there.
Redbird or
I like it, I
Keystone.
think it's a good idea.
Okay.
I agree with Mark.
But
We'll work on
there was
some
some
specifics.
conversation that people.
I'm gonna
would
take
be
it back
known
to
as
Neighborhood
Redbird.
Vitality and they'll help with work on it.
So put a petition and change the division. We're not putting up a gateway.
Okay, so we've kind of been talking about general fund again and some items that could potentially have recurring costs associated with them. What I'm going to do, and we're finishing up, this will be our last part, is to talk about potential one-time projects. And so what we're doing here, we talked about our fund balance, and we said that our balance, we talked about our fund balance target of 75 days. And as you saw, we come in above our 75-day fund balance target. So what we try to do is take that excess funds that are over that 75-day target and use those for one-time projects. We don't want to use those funds for recurring costs because that, again, that's like your extra savings that you have. You don't want to use that for recurring costs because you're not going to have that year to year. But taking some of those funds that are above that target fund balance and using them for one-time projects is a very valid way of funding things. Many cities do that for one-time costs. Now, for those of you that were on council before, this was what was called the Innovation Fund before. And you didn't like the name, and at your direction, we changed that last year to the One-Time Project Fund. So these are potential projects that we're considering for one-time projects. The first one is our fuel tanks. We have fuel tanks. We have a fuel station at our service center. The fuel tanks that are in there right now are underground tanks. They're 2 fiberglass underground tanks. They're over 30 years old, and their lifespan's 30 years. What happens with underground tanks is they'll start corroding and they'll start leaking, and then you have big problems, and you can get fined by TCEQ, etc. We don't want to get into that. We've been lucky so far. We haven't had an issue, but we do have to have that tested periodically. So what we're proposing to do is to take those out, replace them with a 12,000 gallon unit, which is 6,000 gallons on each side. It's FireGuard double wall tank. This is a picture of what it would look like. It's above ground, so you're not going to have problems with the ground corrosion on the tank. These are highly durable, engineered for safety. In fact, you will see tanks like this at airports too. So they are engineered for safety. And again, that project cost is $175,000 to do that, those fuel tanks.
Question. So the original one, or at least the one that's being replaced, lasts 30 years?
Right. The two that are in the ground right now are over 30 years old. They were put in 1987.
Okay, and they were constituted, what were they made of?
They're fiberglass.
And this is fiberglass?
Steel.
Steel? So how long will it last?
Typically, it's like 40 years. for steel.
Okay. All right. Thank
Especially
you.
since it's above ground. A lot of the problem with those fiberglass tanks is they're strapped to a slab underneath, and so as the fuel gets less and groundwater, it starts getting strain on the fiberglass, and that's where you get your leaks from.
And sometimes I've seen them pop up out of the ground. There's a lot of rainwater.
Does that amount for the removal of the tanks too and everything? That
Counts for the removal too, right?
That's everything.
Okay, that's turnkey.
Turnkey project.
Okay.
Another project that we're looking at, sort of, again, potential one-time project funding for Pyburn Park. Right now, Pyburn Park, which is over in Hollywood Park, has a walking trail and has a small playground. We have looked at different parks for putting in outdoor fitness equipment. We've talked about Armstrong Park as a potential at some point, and that was included in the concept plan that was approved. So this would be about $50,000 to put in 2 individual fitness components and a multifunction rig at that park.
With this concept shown here, I think we actually have the opportunity to get some partnership funding from Methodist Strong.
Is this good quality stuff? It's steel and, I mean, it's good.
Well,
It's like,
let me answer that way. I asked that same question to one of the vendors, and he said, well, not the vendor they're using. I like his statement. The statement was, we have the same equipment in prisons. And he said, if a prison could hold it up, surely a neighborhood could hold it up. So that was his comment on whether it was strong equipment or not.
But what I'm asking is if the staff could give me a layout of what's being proposed of Pyburn Park, like a schematic, with the installation of whatever equipment you want, with the price tag. I can take that to the president of Methodist Strong. I've already talked to her about the possibility of partnering with us, and she was very positive about it. But I need something in hand to go and say, this is what we'd like to do, how much can you pony up?
And so when you think about that, Mayor, so those are just 2 individual businesses, and I love the partnership piece. I know we talked about that. Would you then include a little bit more than 2? 2 is a great start for you.
Well, this is 3,
That's
actually
3?
2 individual and a multifunction rig.
Okay.
And that's a fair, park's not that big.
Okay.
What I would suggest is if there is a grant opportunity or a partnership, then maybe we could get them to do 2 parks and we split our money between 2 parks.
Thank you.
Good.
I would be willing to work with you on helping raise outside money for all of these parks to do good quality, if we do good quality stuff. Like
Well,
this, if we do good stuff.
Then
Because
what I
I
would
think we should
suggest
try to
is
raise-
maybe we set aside just some funding as seed money for
Even
neighborhood
your
park.
park.
Thank you.
Even yours.
And then we can look
We'll get
at
nothing.
raising some matching funds.
Right.
Okay,
That'd be good.
so y'all like the idea?
I just think I know they will, but I just think, no cheap stuff, no this suburban
And when we do-
residential
when we
neighborhood.
do things like this, we're talking about.
We've looked at some of this stuff at this trade show.
Yeah.
It's
How about outdoor
it's not
fitness?
cheap stuff.
It's just that, oh,
Some of those outdoor things, I mean, those are things that are designed to last 20 years out with UV rays and everything, and people using them up to X number of thousands of iterations on something swinging with hinges and all that. They've really done their job on it.
and not only that, it is also equipped for anyone who's in the handicap
Yeah.
as well.
Okay.
But when we look at this, we're thinking about, we also have another message. I would like to tie a message into what we're talking about. I think the message tied with this is, we also become a healthy city. It talked about being a healthy city. So you're not just at the park for those who perhaps park can't shoot basketball anymore, so now you can go just work out.
Wait a minute, how you
Oh,
doing that?
I'm sorry, yeah. But still, I'm talking about the healthy, but a part of it goes with healthiness.
I'm right with Mark. I mean, the city of Champion is a healthy city, like with all of this, with the bike lanes, with recycling, with a holistic, healthy city. I would really like us to really, and I would personally go and help raise funds and stuff to do this stuff where it's not
Just
just
give us something in hand to
really
carry. Sure. It'll be good.
And a check
holistic
option
champion city health.
Meeting.
Why I missed that.
Bicycle races.
And that was,
On the street.
and that was a check from us.
Cyclocross at Lake I will do that. I will do that. I'll do the first.
The next one that
Just
we
give
were
me some
looking at.
bicycle tracks around.
We'll talk. The next one that
No
we're looking
styrofoam.
at is LED lighting at Armstrong Park. This is in the pavilion. We've actually looked at this project for several years. We just never put it in the budget and never felt like it reached the priority. It is still something that we look at. It would replace the can lighting that's up there right now, the older style lighting with LEDs. This would give some more effects as far as being able to change colors and things like that for the different events that we have there under that canopy. Thoughts on that?
Not on this, but I have a question.
Sure.
There is a Waterview Park, right?
Yes.
Is that what it's called? Are there lights there?
I don't know if there's lights. That's the one behind
The apartments.
the center behind the apartments over off 67. It's actually across the creek from
Behind those
Harrington
apartments on
Park.
the other side, 67, on the east side.
Oh, yeah.
On the trail back behind
Yeah.
Genghis Grill and all
Yeah.
that, yes, there are
So
some
we're-
trail lights there, but not in the park.
So, should there be?
That's a philosophical question that many cities deal with, because lighting, one, attracts people to come there at night, or not having lighting, sometimes deters people from coming at night. Or you look at the other way, and not having lighting causes bad people to come do things they shouldn't be doing. So it's really kind of a philosophical thing.
All right.
Every city battles, comes to a decision that what they believe.
If you want to fix anything up that looks bad, put twinkly lights up and it makes it look better.
Twinkly lights, oh my gosh.
And the better lights, twinkly lights are cheap, so that's what I use.
Speaking of segueing and speaking about
Twinkly
twinkly
lights
lights,
always look-
speaking about twinkly lights, we do need to replace our Christmas tree. Our tree is over 20 years old, and it is it's getting beyond its repair. So we are looking at replacing that with LED panels. You can see the one on the right is kind of what it would look like, so it'd be a similar sized tree.
Are we talking to any of the vendors that we see at these TMLs and NLC conferences? Thought we walked through there and seen a lot of opportunities.
Oh, yeah, and a lot of those vendors are on buy board. We're talking to those vendors
all right,
through
good.
that, but yeah.
All right, thanks.
The next one that we're looking at is our chillers. We have 2 chillers for this building, air conditioning chillers. Both of those are getting old. To replace them is $150,000 a unit. What we can do though, in talking with Train, they will come in and do a complete refurbishment of each unit for about $45,000 and then give us a new 5-year warranty. So we are going to do that with one of the chillers this year. In this current budget, we were able to have some savings on our building maintenance fund and defer a few things. One of the chillers is in worse shape, and so that's the one we're trying to get done this year. Because what we don't want is it to go out in the summer and then we're trying to limp by on one chiller. So what we'd like to do then is take care of the other chiller. Again, this will give us another 5 to 7 years life on those before we would need to look at replacing them. So we think it is a cost-effective return rather than having to go out and buy a whole new one.
Absolutely.
So how those things are so loud, they sound like a turbine engine?
It's working pretty good tonight.
I walk through the park. I walk in the morning and it's like.
It's working pretty good tonight.
Like a turbine engine going.
Well, they are older than the next thing that we're looking at is, as you know, we've been each year trying to install security cameras in our facilities and in our parks. So we are looking again at FY20. This would be our 4th year, year 4 of installing more security cameras. And so this would be $115,000 to install cameras in Lions Park and at Fire Station 2, and then add some additional cameras, security cameras at the field house.
I think we should, like Redbird Park, it backs up to Dallas, and we have a lot of pass-through people coming through down the
On our
road.
list, all the parks are on our list, so we're trying to hit some each year, and our facilities as well. So like this year, we focused on City Hall, Police Station, our water tower site, and added some in Armstrong Park and Alexander, I think, because we had some issues at Alexander. So we have all of those, all of our parks are on our list in a phased program. So yes, we are planning to get there. I don't know where it is on our list, but it is on the list.
Do you know where it is on?
I don't know, it's IT.
Tracy handles it has them programmed out, and we adjust them based on if we're having issues or not. But it's expensive to try to do it all at once, so that's why we've been phasing it each year.
It's really, really dark at night, and there's still cars there, because we don't have a closure. So there's still cars there at night, after the time they're supposed to be. And we have a lot of people that are not from Duncanville that are there. And there are people that walk in the morning, find drug
Economic
paraphernalia.
development.
Do what? Economic development, what, you want to make something out of a park?
People coming into the parks to buy something, maybe in town.
So another project that we're looking at also then is what's called Laserfish. And Laserfish is an electronic records management system. And so there is a one-time cost for this. It is a software document imaging, but it also is, again, records management. It allows us to go in and do a lot of things with searching on our records. It would also allow the city secretary to set up a public portal for open records requests and responses. We get a lot of open records requests, and we get a lot of them that are recurring every month, where people ask for all of the fire damage properties, or all of the new water accounts, or all of the new building permits, or this and that.
Code enforcement issues.
Pardon?
Code enforcement.
Code enforcement. So she gets those every month as a routine, and she has to send that out to people, to the different departments, gather those documents, and put those out there. And so by this system, she would be able to set that up, automatically dump those every month. Those departments just run that report, dump it in there, and then the citizens can access it that way. So that would save us time on our personnel having to process all of those open records for those routine types of things. So this is something that we're looking at as we're trying to get our records management under control, and we're running out of physical storage room as well. So this is also how we are trying to reduce our physical storage, make that space available for other functions rather than just boxes of paper. This is a way to be able to do that.
This is cloud-based, not hard disk.
Correct.
So like paperless?
Correct.
We're not gonna go paperless all the way, but
We're trying.
we're trying.
That's why I said like.
Yeah.
Yeah, right, but we're trying to go paperless.
We're
but-
trying.
Yeah,
I'm doing it too, and it's sure.
struggle is real.
It's hard for people like,
But yes, we are. I mean, a lot of
it's hard for people our age to go.
our agenda management right now is just paperless. All of our agenda preparation is done electronically. And then the last project, this would actually not be a general fund project. This would be a utility fund, and that's a trailer mounted valve exerciser. And what it does is, right now, we, using personnel, try to go out and exercise our different valves in our water and wastewater system. We have 900 valves throughout the city. By exercising those valves, what we're doing is going out, and you have to dig them up. Some of them are covered with dirt and everything, exercising it to make sure it works properly. Because what we don't want is when we have a water line break, go out there to close the valve and we can't close it. Or the valve stem breaks or something like that. Because then we've got to go to the next valve. And when you go to the next valve out, now you're impacting a larger radius of customers. So by exercising the valves, we make sure that they work. We know where they're at. We physically locate them. They're GIS mapped. And we're cleaning them out, making sure that they're easily accessible. This type of equipment would allow us to do that with one person, whereas right now we have to typically send 3 people out to do that. And so that's a burden on our staff of trying to fit that in with all of their other duties. This would make it more efficient in being able to get those done.
What is it? What are the valves on?
So the valves are like below the street.
No, but what are they on? What are they used for?
Water pipe. So the water mains to shut off the water. If you have a water line break, you got to shut off the water. Yeah, it's like a water faucet, but on a bigger pipe, you're gonna have a bigger valve. And
Go off talking about exercising valves.
Well, exercise, I mean, opening it up, closing it back.
I thought we were talking about
exercising.
I know, it's like,
You don't want to
you go
discover
exercise
that.
your valves for $65,000?
You don't want to discover that the valves don't work if you have a line.
I guess not.
That's
It
the
goes
worst
back
thing,
to
yeah.
the health and fitness that we were talking about earlier.
That's right.
I was gonna say.
Part of a healthy city.
$65,000 to exercise your valves.
It's a piece of equipment that allows us to reduce personnel. I mean, it is, no, seriously though, it is something that it is important to do because, and I remember about 2 years ago, we had a water line break up around Main Street. We could not get the valve closed and we had to go out to another set of valves. It took us a while to find it. And then when we did, it impacted a larger area of water shut-off. So it is an important thing that.
So it's kind of like you're maintaining them, you're turning them on and off and making sure they're working.
That they'll operate.
One guy can do
Because
it.
what happens too is the valves get covered with dirt
This is a good
and
thing.
mud. Well, then that dirt and stuff gets into the valve bonnet. It can impact that to where you can't get the valve open because it's stuck. So there's a lot of,
And then we replace the valve.
and then we may have to replace the valve too. So especially if you know.
So how often do you exercise valves?
We try to exercise about half the valves every year. That was our goal with,
Daily.
we're just doing it with extra, with in-house people.
See,
Which we try to exercise our valves
Once every 3 years.
once every 2 years? Well, no
Well,
wonder.
and that was based on the fact that we were doing it by hand with shovels and without this piece of
Three-man
equipment.
crew, yeah. But if we have this, hopefully we can do all
So you
of
do
them
it more
once a
often
year.
than once
We
every
do
2
it
years if you
like to do it
haven't
once
had
a
valve
year.
exercise.
Correct, once a
Yes.
year.
And the hydro excavation it's covered with dirt that's got high pressure
Yes,
water.
and we don't have
Set it out
to
and
use,
open it up.
it protects anything around it with the
Yeah.
hydro, the shovels might hit something.
So that was all of the things that we've been considering in the budget. Thank you for your all's input yesterday, today. I kind of wanted to see if there was anything else from the council that we haven't thought about or discussed.
Well,
And I know yesterday the dog park came up, so we made a note of that.
Yeah, but there's the elephant in the room, and that's the general homestead exemption. We need to discuss it.
What about
And-
bike lanes?
No.
What?
This is not, bike lanes is not
I
priority.
thought we was just gonna add them on. They are, in my opinion, they are, but.
The general homestead exemption
Everybody.
has significant financial impact on the city in terms of the overall budget, the constraints, the services that we're going to be able to provide. The passage of HB, was it 2? With the cap, Richard explained how that's going to affect property taxes in the future. We as a council publicly made a commitment to our city that we were going to attempt to enact the general homestead exemption. It was my personal request that the council not do anything until the legislation acted, and council some agreed and acquiesced to my request to do that. So now we know what's the future holds, and the future is bleak in terms of what we are able to do with the general homestead exemption. So our deadline is 1 July.
Yes, I'm pass out this handout, which gives you the impact of the, on the first page, gives you the impact of the homestead exemption at 1.2%. And then on the back page, there is a schedule of the deadlines.
So this is the same handout that we handed out to council previously when this was discussed. Couple of notes for the new council members and also to refresh the other council members. But when you had talked about a homestead exemption, you were talking about possibly 1%, 2%, or 3% of the valuation of the home. Under law, there's a minimum $5,000 exemption. And so for when you apply that, that is why really the cost does not change very much, because at 1%, most people are going to get a $5,000 exemption. At 2%, few less people will get the $5,000 and a 3% fewer or less, and will pay over 5,000. But in other words, it doesn't change by a whole lot from between 1, 2, 3% because of that $5,000 minimum amount of exemption. So you see there that the amounts are what they are essentially between 291,000 and 313,000. Second page shows what that annual impact is for a homeowner.
When we discussed this at length at the October retreat, we spent a lot of time among ourselves talking about percentages. 1%, 2%, 2.5%, 3%. Then we were educated, said it can't be in increments of anything, a whole percent. Then we went and changed, and I think we as a council came up then at 2%. And then we got educated a step further about the $5,000 minimum. So that made all the discussion about percentages a moot point. It's 5,000. So that's what we essentially are looking at, is a $5,000 exemption, general homestead exemption being applied, as I understand.
So how does that
work?
So how does that work?
Well,
Give me an example of.
That's the minimum. You still would have to choose a percent. And what Kevin just explained is true. There's not too much difference between 1, 2, and 3 because there's very few people that in the city that are going to exceed that 5,000 minimum at those tiers. And so that's why we did the difference.
Rewind just a little more detail in terms of the $5,000 exemption. The reason as the percent goes up, the number of people it applies to is less. It's because of the dollar value of the home.
At a 1%,
we don't have those homes at the $350,000 to
So
$400,000.
give me an example of what it's going to do. I mean, we have a $250,000 home. It's assessed at 200. Tell me.
If you had a $250,000 home and you gave a 3%, you would get a 3% exemption off of that because I'm not doing the math in my head, but I think that would be above 5,000.
Okay, but does it come off the, excuse my ignorance, okay, but does it come off if the assessed value is at 7,500 less then, or what does it do? Yeah, or does it come off the total tax bill? What is
This
it?
is your
it
property.
comes off
your
the
property.
appraised value.
Raised taxable value.
Should make it 245.
Okay, that's all it does.
Well, the rate is lower than what you're being.
Comes off the assessed value, $5,000
Right,
off
so
your
then your
assessed
tax rate is applied to that lower
To
amount.
245
So that is
instead of
a loss
250. Okay.
of the tax revenue.
So your cash flow outlay would then be less.
It's not much. I
exemption.
mean, that doesn't make, it's
Right,
not
and
much.
here's the dollar value. So
But it gives them some.
at a 3%, or well,
It's not much.
so looking at a 2%, we're probably, a lot of our people would be affected or be available to have that. Their tax bill on a yearly basis would be reduced about $38.
If I could remind the council of this chart that I'm showing up there right now, we showed you this yesterday with a 3.5% tax cap, recognizing that that is a significant impact then on us on new property tax revenue. We assumed how much that would be, about $500,000, and then when you take out our built-in civil service increases and you assume a 2% inflation, that amount there of $163,000 is essentially what we think we might get at a 3.5% tax cap in real new revenue. If you put this homestead exemption on there, that's gone, and now we're actually budgeting for a deficit in new property tax revenue every year.
So the organization, in order to accommodate that, will have to be small.
Correct.
Reduce
We
that.
have to reduce services.
Okay.
You have to reduce something. It might not be services, it might be something.
Anything we reduce is services, Councilmember, because that's what we
I don't
do
think
here.
that piece of equipment that exercise valves is service, it's a piece of
It's
equipment.
not a toy, it's for
It's
providing
still
this-
not a service, it's a piece of equipment.
It is service, it is providing
A person
water.
survives the service,
It-
provides the service.
Right, you're right. And so what we're trying to do is to be more efficient and to do what we need to do our job.
And it's the taxpayers' money that was paid in, so it's not like our money.
About.
I'll have to look at my number.
You're
I'm
something.
just wondering how many homesteads. So we'd give $5,000 to every homestead?
Every homestead, if they have a homestead exemption,
But they
qualify for a homestead exemption.
That means they live in it full time, so not rental property.
So
Not
if-
rental,
for
but
every,
these numbers were, we backed out what we estimated on the number of rental properties.
so how much money if every homestead in Duncanville got a $5,000?
That's these numbers here, 293,000 on a 2%, 313,000 on a 3%. And that's just in the first year, because each year it'll go up. As if appraised value goes up, then that percentage will go up.
That doesn't happen when you, what percentage goes up?
3%. 3% of a bigger number is a bigger number.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I thought you meant that.
And this won't happen to, not this budget year, would it be
Next
the
year,
next?
yeah.
budget
So
year?
how much money
No,
does
this
it,
will,
is this what you're saying it cost us? $293,000
That's what
total cost?
That's the impact to.
Total, it's 1%.
What budget?
It would, yes, it would impact the 21 budget, same time that this 3.5% tax cap hits us.
This is taxpayers' money anyway, and I think we should give something back to them. We're always talking about spending, something needs to go back to them. It's not that much.
Where will it come from?
It's money they pay in that they will pay less in.
That's not the answer to
Do
my
we get,
question. Where
do
does
we
it
get
come
rid of the
from?
fireworks then, or what do we, I mean?
We didn't talk about, fireworks. We didn't talk about the Easter egg roll either. We haven't talked about a lot of things.
But
that-
we have to give
So
up.
you want
Yeah,
to do
we
the
give-
Easter egg roll that we
You have
cut out of the
to- you
budget
have to
because
give
people
us
didn't
funds.
come, but now you want to add that back in, but you're wanting to.
Oh
cut
my
the
gosh,
revenues,
you're something,
council
because there's a
members.
lot of stuff in here that could be taken out. that
Tell
don't
us
have to
what.
be. We haven't gone through it, we're just doing, didn't you say this is the light meeting, that we're gonna have one that's more comprehensive?
No, this is it. This is the preliminary meeting.
No, right, it's a preliminary meeting, but in terms of my thinking, there's going to be more thought given to detailed line items because of what we're going through. I mean, Patrick's already done some of that work. There's some thinking about other things.
There's one other budget workshop that we kind of come back and circle with if there's some outstanding issues, but it is my responsibility to put together the budget. I don't go over a detailed line item with you in putting the budget together.
If we ask for you to, you do.
After the budget is proposed and submitted to the council, if you want to go through the line items, that's up to you, but I will not spend a workshop in going line item by line item.
That goes into what the council wants, because in the charter it says.
And the charter says that the council will not get into the operations of the city, and if you start going line item by line item, then you are getting into the operations of the
Our
city.
past city managers did go line item.
I can't speak to your former city managers, they're not here anymore.
So where will the money come from?
What money?
Money,
You mean the money you're not gonna take in? Is that what you're talking about? 'Cause
yeah, where will it come from?
you're not paying out.
Where will it
You're
come
not
from?
taking it, you're not taking it in.
Yes, you are taking it out.
No, you're
Where will it
not.
come
If-
from?
If they haven't, it's $38 less they will pay.
That's them.
What?
That's them.
No, that citizens will pay $38 less.
Okay, and what will they give up for that in return?
They're not giving up anything.
How do you know that?
How do you know? City employee, how do you know?
Is it $38?
It's $291,000. It's gotta come from somewhere.
It's money they're not paying in.
Based on the.
That means
dollar value.
$38 you don't pay in. It doesn't mean, it's not the city's to spend if they don't have it.
So where will the money come from?
So there's about 7,600 households, homesteads.
How many homesteads are there?
Well, I just figured 291,000 divided by $38 is 7,600 homesteads. Is that right?
And not everybody will file, not everybody will file.
No,
7,775 is a good number that we got from the appraisals.
let me ask you a question, our only means to cover the deficit between that 163 and let's use the middle number of 293, do we have any means within law, GASB, to cover that deficit between the 163 and the
Not with a
293?
3.5% tax cap, you know.
But we have other funds within the city, that's what I'm asking. Is there a legal possibility to cover that deficit through other funds in the city?
Now,
They'd have to cut
every
back.
fund is restricted in terms of its use. I mean, you can't take money out of the water utility fund and subsidize the general fund to make up the difference, because that's an enterprise fund, legally has to stand on its own. You can't take EDC money and put it into the general fund because that's restricted. You can't take hotel motel tax, it's restricted.
Those funds I understand, but what about other funds within the general fund?
But you're still taking away from the general fund.
You're not taking it away, you never got it.
Well, I beg to differ there because you're reducing the available revenue to cover existing level of services and personnel.
Available only if you charge it first.
You're
Well-
gonna charge it this year and you're gonna take it back next year.
Now, you don't know that.
Yes, I
Because
do.
appraisals are continuing to go up.
What happens
So
when
then
the
there'll be
appraisals
more.
go down?
Oh, there- Yeah, okay. You'd like that, wouldn't you? Then why would you say something like that?
I'm just saying.
It-
Yeah, why would
that's
you say
part-
something
That's
like
part of the
But
budget
it does-
process.
it
We have
does
to- we have
happen.
to think
Well,
about
let's,
the
folks,
economy.
let's keep it professional, civil, please.
You know, they're pretty low, they've been pretty low, I mean, I don't.
Really? We're the lowest in the whole DFW area.
Well, they've been going up pretty fast.
They have
Price
been.
value's been
But
going
it-
up,
But we were lagged behind everybody else.
but it's happening nicely now, I mean, it's really, you know, I think we'll continue to see our price values go up here. I think if we'll provide a good, you know, if we'll come up with the right vision, our price values can go up here really fast. Now, the cap is I'm still trying to understand good enough to see what, I mean, that makes it,
Cap keeps them from increasing
unless we, you know, figure out.
more than.
That's right, it keeps you from
3.5%.
increasing more than 3.5%, but as what we're trying to say is that with built-in increases already, that means that you really don't have anything else. And when we talk about the other things in the budget, and we talk about paying compensation for other employees or adjusting police and fire to remain competitive, you don't have that flexibility now. So even if you just take a look at that and just maintaining everything else what we've got, we're going to start to fall behind and not be able to be competitive.
Start to fall behind.
I was asking the other day, you know, like, well, I was asking, I think, Timothy was telling me, you know, we don't charge for going to any events, we don't charge for fireworks, we don't charge, yet we have to incur $100,000, right? Is that right? For 4th of July, 100,000?
More than that, it went up above that, didn't it?
So these are all free.
112, roughly.
And I don't know why you know, some of that it's not charged. I mean, people will pay for things that are good value, and that's an excellent value. And so, yeah, do you say, here's what you get? You get fireworks for your exam. I mean, is that a trade-off? You think we need the exemption? I mean, you think we
that
need it?
it's something that people have asked for a long time. We don't offer it. It's not that much, and it's a good thing.
Well, it
But
is
is it
much.
true?
We have to think, now, what happened is that when all this was being debated in the legislature, nobody anticipated it would come out at 3.5. All the pundits said that Abbott's not going to get his way at 2, so he raised it to 2.5. Everybody else that was trying to take the speaker's throne and say what he wanted to say said, well, it's going to land somewhere around 6 or 6.5. Everybody was pretty well blown out of the water when it came in at 3.5. And I will have to admit that when we were going through all this discussion, that none of us ever anticipated a 3.5. We never even anticipated a worst case at 3.5. Worst case was 4.5. And that was what was coming out of Austin to us. And don't worry about the 2, don't worry about the 2.5, don't even worry about 3 or 3.5, because probably what's gonna happen is gonna be 4.5.
So if I
So-
help me understand, I'm still trying to wrap my arms around this, so.
I
let's
have a
say-
spreadsheet for that.
So let's say I,
So then we'll.
It's in the waiting on you.
I was waiting on
We're prepared to discuss and answer your questions now.
Yeah, you didn't do it on anything else. By the way, I do want some more information, like when we were talking about the cities yesterday, and you were saying on salaries and things,
Yes.
and you listed the cities. I want to see the money, because we always in the past had the money on what the salaries were. So if you would include that, please.
I have a, so when you get to this, I have a weird question. It's a weird angle I want to ask on this. Let's say that let's say I bought a property in town way undervalued. Let's say I bought a $5 million shopping center for $1 million because it was all rotty, ratty and stuff, and I fixed it up and made it worth $5 million again. Are you saying that they can't raise my taxes back up?
They can raise your appraised value, and they will raise your appraised value, but we will only see 3.5%.
The city will only see 3.5. The school will receive its full
52%.
52%. So the city, so if it's raised from, if I take this $1 million property and I turn it into a $5 million property, which happens, by the way, all the time with my, then the city, no matter what it's up to, they can only go up 3.5% per year. So that's a pretty good deal for the property owner then.
And a pretty raw deal for the city. So let me continue.
So it's undervalued already. So it doesn't matter.
That, well, let me just continue. Because what I want to do is just express my thoughts without making decisions. My thought process at the time was that I thought I was given some unofficial information coming from Austin that probably you can count on somewhere around the 6% cap. And with the 6% cap, and working through some numbers, just doing stuff, the initial numbers that Rich had come out with when we had our retreat in October was around 260, if I recall correctly. But the impact of the city would be about $260,000 a year.
It was
So I went
more than
home.
that because he had the rental properties in there.
Well, I went home and did a little playing around, and I came home, I came to the conclusion that if it was 260 and we come out around 6, we can afford this. It would have some impacts on us. We'd have to still look at it being, as lean as possible. We can afford this. The 3.5 puts a whole different perspective on this thing in terms of my feeling about this. And I know that I publicly stated at a city council meeting when Patrick LeBlanc was sitting right next to me, when I had to say something about in terms of what we were going to do publicly. And I publicly said that I was in favor of the general homestead exemption. We needed to do it for our citizens. I stand by that commitment that we need to do it for our citizens. What I'm conflicted about personally is now that the dollars are in with the 3.5%, and what it does to our city, what it does to that bottom line, and what it does to our overall ability to afford this. And that's why I asked Rich the question. If we have any other way to make up the bogey between 163 and 293, we could still afford this. But if there's no legal way to cover that difference,
You can have a tax rollback and get the citizens to vote for it, see what they want.
well, you can do that too. But at this particular point,
So aren't you getting aren't the taxpayers kind of getting the exemption here?
They are.
In a way, they're getting a reduction.
Yeah.
in a way that they're benefiting from the 3.5.
I mean, everybody.
The 3.5%.
Oh my God, they can't go up over that.
With the
I know,
three
but
and
you would go up though, if the cap wasn't there, the property values would go up.
No, 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 no. It
Yes,
doesn't do with property value.
Yeah,
It
if
has
our
to do with how
property
much-
value goes up 11, my house went up almost 12%.
It doesn't
So I
cap
could
property
make-
value. It doesn't cap property value.
Right, but if we
We have
have,
to
if
If
tax.
the tax though.
The percentage of the tax.
if the
But
property
not the
tax
property
cap
value.
hadn't changed and was still at 8% rollback, and you did the homestead exemption, that difference is less than putting the 3.5% tax cap on there.
Right,
That
but you still
so-
could do the rollback and let citizens vote for it, see if they
They're
want
gonna see a
it.
decrease in property taxes because of the school. The school is going to get more, schools are gonna get more funding from the state, and that is gonna push down the state, the school district's tax rates. So people, property owners will see a decrease in their taxes from the school district, which is half of
So
their
what-
taxes.
So what would the difference be if, do you, Richard, do you have this on here where $150,000 house, if we got the exemption versus the,
We didn't calculate that. What we were trying to do was to answer your question yesterday about how you understand the 3.5% cap and the rollback rate. So Richard put together some different scenarios to try to explain what would happen. But essentially, if you look at it, if we see valuations above 3.5%, that's going to force the rollback rate down. Because of the automatic rollback election now, we're not going to go and risk an election, so we're going to lower the tax rate down to that new rollback rate, and then that will be the new rate for the next year. And then that will continue to keep forcing down that rate every year as long as valuations are above 3.5%.
okay, so,
Richard, do you want to explain your columns
Sure,
there on that first
sure.
area?
What I did in the first group is I essentially assumed an even 5% year over year for tax year 2, 3, and 4 after the initial tax year. And you can see with the tax cap that what that limitation is. And so on a $100,000 home, the lost revenue with the cap on there would be $35 in the first year, and then $11 in each of the years after that. Then move down to the next scenario.
so what is the, wait a minute, what is the, what about the homeowner that's got to get, so this would be an average homeowner with a $100,000 value, and at the current tax rate, your estimate the assessed value goes up 5% a year,
Correct.
right?
The
Okay,
first-
so what
the
are
first
taxes?
section, it's 5%.
Oh, yeah, the first section. What taxes would they pay, and then how much would they have savings if they had this $5,000 exemption?
Well, that would be
Forget the
on top of
3.5.
that. It would be on top of this, the five.
No, but forget the, if for a minute, just forget the 3.5% cap. Forget it. If they had a $100,000 house and it went up over 4 years, 5% per year, what would the taxes be normally with the $5,000 exemption?
Well,
Does that
depending,
make-
again, if you do the 1, 2, or 3%, which level
Just
of
use
that?
just take 5, how about just 5,000, right? Just take 5,000 off the assessed value.
Right.
So it'd be at 95,000,
Right.
100,000. And then, what would it be the way it's gotta be? I mean, the way the law is right now.
I think that'd be somewhere pretty close to the 1%.
So on that first year, that taxable value at $100,000, if you put a $5,000
It'd be
exemption on there.
$95,000.
Right, which made $95,000, it would pay $711 in taxes.
In city taxes.
In city taxes, so that's actually even more than the 3.5% tax cap.
So with the tax cap, what would it be?
Well, they pay
$713.
$711, so they wouldn't even pay the $713, they'd pay $711.
Where are you getting the 711?
$95,000 times the .748,447
Oh,
tax
you
rate.
did it. Okay.
Yeah, I did that.
Okay.
So, if we had
It's
100,
negligible.
it's not, I mean, what they've done with the tax cap is basically giving you the homestead exemption.
Well,
Because it's gonna be the same. It's
Not
not the
really.
same words. But it's the same money.
In essence, it is, and it will continue.
But they gave it to everybody, not just the homestead.
As Kevin said, as long as that,
Well, no, if you don't have a property.
as the valuations are above 3.5%, we're always
You're
going to
talking-
be having to roll back the rate. We're going to be decreasing that rate year after year.
And that's automatic under law now.
It's automatic under
Used to
law.
be-
Well, you know what,
It used
we
to be that
we
the
can put
citizens had
it,
to
we can
request
put it
that.
on the agenda and just call for a vote. If you don't want to vote for it, don't vote. There you go.
Well, and we have to do that anyway. I brought this up now so that we can have an open discussion about it, so, because we have 3 new council members that were not part of what went on before.
I'm
And
just
it is
thinking
a
if
complex, it's a complex situation, it's not that easy to understand. We're getting it on the table now, and it does need to be on the June 18th.
The state basically gave everybody an exemption.
And that was
Everybody.
And that's what Governor Abbott did in his political
Instead of us giving it, the
power
state
to do
gave
so.
it.
Remember
So it
Abbott?
makes us look
Do
like
you
we
hear it
don't.
coming out of here? Would it have come out of here? No.
I don't know, I mean, I'm just saying, I'm just trying to look at the numbers, what the numbers are. What would it be? It's different words, but the result is the same. That's what I'm just trying to figure out.
Except that there are cities that have homestead exemptions, a lot of them. In fact, a lot of.
Some of them have said publicly that they would rescind their
Well,
homestead
you will
exemption if
see,
the tax
we'll
cap.
see.
Seagoville has a homestead exemption, and we can't wait until we can vote it out.
You can't vote there.
You don't know that.
Oh, well, if
can't
you can vote there, then you can't be a council person here.
Yeah, but we can say we, even though I wasn't part of that discussion.
You said, we can hardly wait to vote it out. And I said, if you can vote there, then you can't be on the council here.
Please, you know, we know what he meant. We know what he
I
meant.
didn't. That sounded pretty peculiar.
No, it's understood. So, okay.
It's funny that Seagoville has it and we don't. That's about right.
Well,
I'm just trying to figure out the numbers so we
Cedar
can.
Hill and DeSoto and Lancaster don't have it either. There are surrounding cities.
But I am right though in saying that the homeowners here in town are gonna get,
have benefits.
they're gonna have a
As a
benefit.
result of Governor Abbott signing that law and pushing it, remember now, you wanted 2, you went up to 2.5, and then under pressure from the cities were asking for 6 to 6.5. Now what, I don't know if you know, I read some of the transcripts of when mayors appeared before the hearings in Austin, and House Speaker Donner threw people out, threw mayors out, when they came in to explain how this was going to be such a negative effect on the ability of cities to continue services. He cursed at them.
Who did?
Speaker of the House.
Oh, Speaker of the House.
Speaker of the House, running the hearing, literally shut down mayors, wouldn't allow them to talk, treated them rudely, and kicked them out. Because there was no concern on the part of the hearings for the cities to say, if you're gonna do this to us, give us 6, give us 6.5.
But,
What
I mean,
happened
if you-
was Abbott wanted 2, went to 2.5, and we got pushed down to 3.5. And we are now in a position of having to cope with something that no city in the state of Texas would want, to 3.5.
But Barry, you could do a rollback and take it to the citizens and see what they want. You're talking about doing a survey, calling them on the phone or doing it on mail out, seeing what they want. You could do it this way. Find out what they want, take it to a vote. Let them vote on whether they want one, whether they want the rollback.
It's an automatic rollback.
Yeah, okay. You know,
Under law, it's
if
an
you
automatic
want
rollback.
the homestead exemption,
We can take it to the citizens, but we have to explain what the impact is going to be. And that the city budget is going to be in a deficit position for at least 4 to 5
there are
years.
things you could cut out and you know it.
Not to the tune of $130,000 per year, and that's just year 1, and after that, it continues to grow. It escalates, because, yes, we are anticipating and hopefully that our property values will continue to climb. That we're not going to go into a depression or recession, and the city of Duncanville takes a hit, and our property values go down.
So just about the time our property values get ready to start going up, we get this cap on us.
Yeah.
So we end up in a worse place than most other cities that have already gone up.
You know, and I'm bearing my guts to you because I really wanted to do this for our citizens. I really wanted to, and I was public about it. But the numbers hurt. The numbers hurt our city. So we can continue to discuss it, and John Ed is correct. It's got to be a vote of the council. This is not the time, we cannot legally take a vote in here tonight about this. We can discuss it, but it's going to be discussed in public even further, and it has to be on the June 18th agenda.
Tax base grows, if your tax base grows, it doesn't help you, it just hurts you. But you gotta have more services if your tax base grows probably, so you don't have the money to, you can't keep up with the growth.
So I felt it was my obligation to bring this up tonight.
I mean, this is weird.
So it's going to be on the agenda June 18th. Yes, Pat?
I just want to say that I have gone through the numbers as well, at least from Seagoville's standpoint, and I definitely share your concern about it, and I just don't see how we can be good stewards of the taxpayers' money and provide the resources that the citizens need at the same level of service. We have to have a smaller organization, and I'm just concerned about the blowback when people realize what it will take in order to maintain what they have.
Well, understand too that yesterday when we were briefed about additional personnel, there were some pretty significant dollars involved in those personnel considerations. Now, those are proposals, and we as a council have to decide which of those we accept or reject.
So when do we talk about the other end of, and how do we get, about creating more income? So, and to me, we don't, I tell my people all the time, we don't have an expense problem, we have an income problem.
So we look at our fee schedule and we bring back revised fees, but
Not just in fees, but how do we get squeeze more sales tax per square foot out of our property?
sales tax is by the type of development that goes in there. But as we saw, we're already losing sales tax, so we've got to overcome some loss already, even just to get back to where we're to zero.
May I suggest that maybe we can pick that up as a topic on the retreat?
Yes, sir. And you may want to look at other topics. We have brought up again before the idea of a street maintenance fee. I'm going to say it again. We do not have a dedicated funding source for the street maintenance at the level we need to be at. We've been able to do it based over the last couple of years on the property tax growth, but we've been able to boost that funding in street maintenance. We're still not at the level where we think we need to be at, and we do not have a dedicated source of funds for that. But the council did not want to consider that as a fee. There was discussion. Ultimately, they decided they didn't want to do that.
I would like to talk more about, instead of fees, more about how to get more per square foot out of the city.
That'll be a discussion.
More per square foot. And I think we should be talking about it before then. But
Have another, we can set
Not-
up
I mean,
another
just-
special
I don't know if
workshop
you can-
sometime during the summer.
I don't know if we could just do it in each council meeting, just talk about it a little bit, but.
Well, I guess I'm not sure what it is that you think we can do on a 2-week basis to do that.
Not a 2-week, I
Because
just
it's
begin the discussions, and there's people that can talk to about it.
You're talking about strategic thinking. We can't do that during a council meeting. It needs to be during a special workshop, something like this. We can do something like that during the summer.
It's important, you have to do it justice. You can't just lump it in with all the other things that need to be done. We can't stop doing all the other things that need to be done.
I would like to possibly talk to Kevin about getting, I know somebody to come in and talk to us at a work session that can show us how to do this.
Maybe we can do like a workshop prior to the retreat.
Right, prior to the retreat, because so you can be thinking strategically when you get to the
So
retreat.
set sometime during the summer, set something up for a special workshop. With that as the focus.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, sir.
I have one other item, if we're finished with that topic for now. Are we complete with that topic?
I believe so.
And just to make sure that I'm clear, then the direction is to put this on the agenda for June 18th council.
Yes.
Okay, we gotta get with Hager to get this worked out. Right, it's an ordinance, right? Or do you have that?
We have it.
Well, we'll get it, okay.
I think I have a draft.
I'm doing it right now.
Mark?
Yeah, when you complete this, when you complete the budget and compare it to deliver to the council to look at, and I know that maybe we'll say we have the comprehensive plan, I'd like to see one simple, one pager of future 5-year plan, so maybe it didn't make the budget, but something we can show citizens or talk about we will do in 5 years and 10 years. Right now, all we can do is say, is it a comprehensive plan? We may do it, we may not do it, or this is coming up. I'd like a one-pager on a 5-year future plan and a 10-year future plan that you present to us, that we can have something to point our finger to that we're coming to this.
So would that not be part of your retreat and your planning and your vision and you deciding what it is you want to see in 5 years and 10 years?
That's fine. That's fine. I thought maybe you were gonna put, I guess I was thinking about your other items in this proposed budget, that you would also see that it's not gonna make the budget or will make the budget, but
Well,
that's fine.
I mean, Greg Randy's already given you his 5-year capital improvement plan and already showed you that, at least in the streets, we don't even have money for the things that we have out there. So I guess it's hard for me to say what we're gonna say we're gonna do in 5 years when I don't know what the funding's gonna be. But I think that's really more of a council vision exercise to say, this is what we want to accomplish in 5 years, this is what we want to accomplish in 10
Okay.
years, and then we have some direction to move towards.
Then I think we should do that, and let me just tell you, if I looked at a plan that tells me 5 years and you're doing streets, I'm not gonna be doing cheerleader pumps because I see streets right away. We need some other things on a one-pager that's gonna show the future vision of our city, period. So that is something the council can talk about. But we have to show some kind of future plans on a simple one-pager, 5 years, 10 years, that we show that we're creative thinking, we're being innovative thinkers as well, and we're talking about some technology that we're going for in the future. I'm just saying that to the council, and I would like to add it to the retreat if that's the case, then, as a topic.
Well, it can be added to the strategic meeting we have sometime during the summer and talk about how we're going to.
I think what that workshop was more about planning and development, and to kind of give you a primer on that to be thinking about then when you go into the retreat. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think that we can come up with a vision. And it's helped me a bunch to be here the last 2 days, to know that the vision, I want to do a realistic vision. Okay, I mean, I want to go to the moon, right? Okay, but I have to take some steps to get there.
Right.
And right now, we have a vision for something really beautiful in the city, but if you want to, you can go down here and put a dollar store right in the middle of Main Street. Okay, that's not the vision, but that's what the policy right now gives us. So our vision has to be followed by the zoning and the policy, and then followed up by the incentive. And so we didn't make sure that the zoning gives us the vision, but it's not right now. So we need to paint that vision. We can just paint it in our minds, and then make sure that it fits with the money. Because if you can't make the rents, if you can't pay the tax, if you don't get enough tax to pay for the streets, then we got a bad vision. We got an unrealistic vision.
And
Mark, this goes back to Mark. This goes back really towards you and Joe. That's our job, is really to set a vision as a council. That's really what our job is, to set a policy and to try to get the appropriate funding so that the city manager and his staff can do what we're asking them to do.
But verbally is good. For a long time, we've talked verbally. We've not had something in from a council standpoint that we can look at, somebody else could look at. To say,
I think I would disagree with that, because you weren't on the council, but when I showed you previously on those objectives that were done 2 years ago, that was the council's effort at saying, this is our vision, our long-term capstones, and here's the priorities that we want to see over the next couple of years. And that list I gave you was those prioritized things that they wanted to see as priorities over the next 2-3 years. Some of those we weren't able to do because we weren't able to give them the resources to do it, like redesigning Phase 2 of Main Street, or building a convention center. So again, the council has to set a vision and give us some prioritized objectives of what you want to see short-term, long-term. If you don't give us the resources to accomplish those, then you have to say, well, we're going to change the vision.
Okay, then
So here's how-
update our vision.
here's how-
Right now,
here's how I
our
look at it.
vision is kind of,
Here, let me see if I can
shaky to me.
Let me see if I can explain it like the way I do when I go to other cities and stuff. I come in originally and I have this idealistic vision of convention centers and bike lanes and exemptions and all of these things. And then as I nail this down and talk to the finance people and the public works people and the zoning, then reality checks in. Okay, so this is the best of what I can get. I can't get a convention center, but I can be able to have a convention in town in 4 different locations, maybe. I don't know. I'm just making an example. So what happens is you bring these things that we've got together today, together with our vision, and it may not give us the gold package vision, but it gives us a realistic goal to get to. So you kick, because if otherwise, I see cities all the time, I see companies all the time do the same thing. We have these chamber retreats or these city retreats and all this, with all these grandiose visions, and not one that we can really get to. So we get up and ride out of the town like a drunk cowboy in all directions. You know, and so we have to have a specific incremental step that we can take quickly, because we all need satisfaction. But it takes you to this realistic vision, not this one that's out here that's not realistic, that we're never going to get to.
That's the convergence of optimism versus reality.
Well, you need them
That's
both.
what I just faced with this, folks.
We need them both. Me too. I'm facing it here today too. It helped me to be here the last 2 days to say that you know, we need to be thinking about these other things, not just a pretty coffee shop on Main Street, which, you know, is nice, but, you know, when I first put in the donut shop down in Main and Center, I wanted a Starbucks coffee shop. We couldn't get a Starbucks coffee shop, so we got a donut shop and made them serve better coffee. You know, so, I mean, you do the best of what you got, you know, and where cities lose it is they don't know who they are, so they paint these unrealistic visions they can never get to.
But I think you're right on some of the things that we do as far as like charging. I think that is a way that we could replenish some of the money. There's other things. If it's all going out, nothing, you should charge for it, because there are people that come here from other cities.
If you have a $100,000 event here, we ought to charge something. You know, I mean, the event is worth something.
Well,
And if you don't pay anything from it, it is really worth nothing.
so I'll just say too that, you know, like the 4th of July, a lot of people sit outside the fence. They're not going to come in.
They're not gonna pay
And
for
then,
it.
and there's going to be a lot of people, and I've
They
had this
don't
conversation with you, who will say, that's what my taxes pay for, and they don't want to pay a fee for something. And then the third reality is, you're talking about a small portion of what we're talking about in lost revenue that you're going to make up on gate fees at 4th of July.
Well, that
Lot-
would be
lot-
what
lot
you
of revenue
charge.
come with
It's
economic
more
growth.
The
momentum.
more you charge, the less people you're going to have. So if you put it out.
People sit in their backyards now. They do.
Right.
They have
So
forever.
they're not
That's
gonna
not,
pay
don't get
for it.
hung up on the one event. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
that
I'm
when we
saying
have
as
it-
an example.
Yeah. when we
They
have an
they
event-
already do that.
Lost revenue is supposed to come from sales revenue. I mean, we can say all we want to say, and it's economic development period, it's going to come from sales revenue. When you have 52% of our revenue coming from property tax, the only way to get it up, and that's going to be improving our economic development to raise sales, to get sales tax. Those small ticket items is not going to do it. Saving a couple of staff positions is not going to do it. It's going to be sales revenue.
It's an
So-
income problem,
so-
not an expense problem.
So how do we get the revenue is by being more creative in bringing additional businesses into our city. It's kind of what you just said.
Bringing
Well,
more density into the properties that we have that are sprawled out in shopping centers and these,
But-
we need more density
Very
into
So
them.
that means
So
the
per square
It's
foot,
about
we
not
need to be
having the Easter egg
measuring
roll,
our
the
income per
Easter-
square
the
foot.
Easter deal.
If they've said-
We didn't know it was missing.
there were, the Easter egg hunt caught a lot of people by surprise.
No, we didn't do it for a couple of years. We didn't have hardly any complaints.
You don't get the complaints. I keep telling you that. We do.
I just want to mention one last thing, okay, what I'm talking about. It's more density per square, we need to be measuring our production by the square foot, not by the acre. If you take the Costco out here, which I love Costco, so don't take me wrong, it's on the tax rolls right now for $490,000 per acre. It's $8.1 million, it's about 17 acres. It's on the tax rolls for $490,000 per acre. These little buildings down here on Main Street, do you know how much they're on the tax rolls for? $3 million per acre. $4 million per acre.
Compare that to their sales revenues, though.
But
They don't never meet.
They're also
but
about an
per
acre
square
for
foot,
development.
per square foot,
Small
per
piece.
square foot, they outperform it. If you measure all that,
In fairness, not having another meeting.
they measure, they do. Cities that are surviving use this
Because we
method.
also need to talk about the insurance
calculating.
and like.
Because
if your spouse has
eventually it
insurance,
will
you
be
have
That is our policy,
Costco won't be
I mean, that is our discussion, and we'll make some changes in our insurance.
We discussed that.
So you as a council want to decide what our insurance plan is going to be?
We always have. Oh, yes, sir, we have. I don't know where you came from, but everything you're saying, you act, no, you act like an emperor.
Excuse me, council member, but I know that there were problems here before with council getting into operations of
On
staff.
insurance, we had insurance people come in here and do presentation to us.
I don't know why, I don't know what they were doing.
Oh, my goodness, they did. We had
You
insurance.
decided what the insurance plan would be for them.
And we paid for it. Of course we did.
Oh, that's a valid question I need to bring up. So I've got some emails about the city budgeting for Sister City. Now, you and I sit on the Sister City Commission. Discussions we've had there said that there was not going to be a line item in the city budget for the Sister City. That they were going to have to, the commission or whomever they get, they're going to have to go out and raise funds themselves. Is my recollection correct? That's correct. So why am I getting these emails that, and as far as my understanding is, the city has never funded the Sister City. Is that true?
The Sister City Commission was not part of the city until the last 2 years. The commission was formed by the council.
Well, let me change the question. Let me ask the question differently. When the visitors from Italy came here, did the city subsidize any of the costs associated with that visit?
I don't know from years ago. Now I know when we had visitors from Italy about 3 years ago, the mayor came and a couple of people, we hosted a dinner for them. And then we did that the next year when I think 4 people came. But I don't know about when there was a big group years ago. I don't know if the city paid anything or not.
I don't know what's going on out in the city, but the emails I'm getting have 2 different spokes. One is that support even having a sister city. And the other one is the city should be paying the support or should be subsidizing, or there should be a line item in the budget for putting some money toward the visitation from our sister city. Now, as I said, you and I sit on that commission, and there was no discussion there whatsoever. In fact, we said pretty categorically, and you said it to the chair.
Because the commission chair asked if there was funding.
And we said no.
And requested funding, and I said there wasn't.
Right, and I agree with that. So these pieces of email that I'm getting, I'm trying to get historical fact in terms of understanding, yes, I support the sister city, and I support the visitation. What I don't support personally is the city paying out money to do that. But as I said, I don't know if you and I are getting the same emails.
I got the same emails.
But it's got 2 spokes, as I said. One is asking for money, and one's just saying support the relationship. And those are 2 vastly different things to me. Patrick?
Would it be possible, maybe, for the city to maybe host a reception of some type for those that come over, a function, and do something like that? Not the whole cost of what they're doing or anything like that. We just maybe get
One-
them
like-
together.
Like one event for them.
Uh,
One dinner.
At dinner, yeah, or something.
Thought we didn't have any money.
I'm just asking.
It's that, I still don't,
What's the point?
the point is, this is very, it's a hot potato. And we're talking about the budget, and we're talking about putting a line item in the budget that's not been there before, because I've got some citizens telling me, as I said.
What's the point of having a sister city? What good does it do us?
No, but we even have people on the committee that are not citizens of Duncanville.
Yeah, Barry, I was gonna say something.
Yeah, and that's just, we can't go there, that's just the way
Yes,
it
we
is.
can.
Does it
We've
do
never
something?
had a committee like that
Does it do
before.
anything good for us?
It's a relationship that was formed over 20 years ago, I guess, by a citizen from Monsterolo, Siciliano, Italy, northern Italy. Lived here in Duncanville, and so formed a relationship with a number of people. They went and visited Italy. Somehow, anyway, the relationship began, and with previous mayors, the mayor rep was very involved in that, and the mayor Green was very involved in that. And so there was that, over the course of years, there were visits back and forth between the cities. As with a lot of cities have sister city relationships.
It's a cultural exchange
Cultural
that has
exchange.
just as much important as.
But there's a difference.
We're ecologically a
There
green
is
city with
there
bike
is-
lanes.
There is a
It
group
attracts
that
people
does that.
saying, oh, you
And we
have a
never
vision
joined
that's
it.
a little bigger than your 11.2 square miles.
All it is just a membership part of that.
I know, but that one's
But
got
it's a cost.
rules and
Right.
set up,
Right.
and
So
we don't
this is
have.
Right, this is an
It's a
informal
cultural
sister
exchange.
city relationship.
Did you hear that, Barry, though? There is an
So
organization
if you went to
that
your
does
sister's
that.
house, would you expect your sister to pay you to come over?
Say what?
If you went to your sister's house, would you expect her to pay you to come over to eat?
So I think what, so what
Well, it
happens
should
is
be.
Is that
people
what you-
that have gone over,
Yeah,
they
we're
pay their
approved.
own way.
Depends on how good the food was.
You were saying?
People who went to Italy pay their own way. And the city of Monsterolo hosted them. They paid a little bit more for bus and for their food, but I think the city there also, and private donations, paid the remainder. They were there for about a week and a half. And there's a group coming from Monsterolo here, so the group is planning a number of different events and dinners and trying to get donations from different restaurants and different people. And then take them through a number of places in Duncanville and in the surrounding area. So that's what they're
Are they gonna
asking.
stay in hotels?
And all,
No,
no,
and
all
house
lodging,
homes.
we're asking for volunteers from the city to host individuals in their homes.
Yeah, is it possible that it could turn into a hot
Stay in
funds type
people's
of
houses.
thing if you have them stay in hotels?
Hotel motel tax.
I would say that part of the exchange and from what the people who have gone, part of the value that was making those relationships by staying in people's homes.
And Richard, I'll go to you because you've been here a while. I mean, do you have any experience with?
I don't think that if you're asking, would it qualify under HOT funds?
No.
There was never
I'm
a line
asking-
item for it. There was a
I'm
big,
asking you if there was anything
event one year.
that you were aware of.
There's nothing that I was ever aware of going back.
About-
Many years ago?
About 2005,
Oh, okay.
something like that, 2006.
Just like Patrick was in the reception.
Was it the
bar or
Hilton
something.
Inn? Was
The
it the Hilton?
reception.
By, by invitation only. And people
No.
who came had to pay for it or no?
No, it was open to the city, as far as I know, because it was a pretty big deal, and they had hors d'oeuvres, I guess, and drinks, things like that. But this was Glen Rapp pushing this.
Well, what the committee is asking for is a farewell dinner for them and a welcoming dinner, which would be very small, but then a farewell dinner for the group, the host families, and a number of the council and other dignitaries.
I think you have a hard time explaining that to all the taxpayers.
Do you know?
When he,
Was it the council or was it just council members attending?
when he came here the last time?
Uh-huh.
Uh,
The dinner.
I think it was,
Dinner?
I think it was just
That's good.
a handful.
Yeah, that was just.
Yeah,
that
but
was
it was just
just-
council, because Gail Slager and her husband were there. She wasn't on council.
I don't know if we do a line item. I would hope that committee then would come up with some private funding
Yeah.
that will help with that.
I would prefer as well that we do not have a line item for in the budget for this. I want to support the program. I think it's important culturally to have a cultural exchange. And it's good for the city to say so. But I don't want our taxpayer money to subsidize any part of this. And I'm willing to, you know, as I said, these emails I'm getting have got two completely different spokes, unless one is inferring that they want money and they're not saying money. I don't know. It's easy for me to say I support the program.
Well, I got some emails, but what they acted like was that we were talking about disbanding the committee.
That's where does that come from?
Mm.
Yeah, because the ones I got that are saying please support this program, I'm going like, why do you think I wouldn't?
We've got
Is there
a
some
lot.
grassroots muckety muck going on out there saying we're gonna not do this thing? Well, I don't know.
In fact, one of them was from Haslett.
I was copied on that, was the only one I ever saw.
That was just one of them. I got a bunch of them, but he doesn't even live here. He lives in Arlington, so.
Yeah, I've got about 6 of them.
So Mayor, 4 years ago, we did do a reception here in this room that was very, when the mayor came, it was very low key, and everybody was invited, and the cost, yes, there was.
Everybody.
All the people on the committee were invited. I don't know if the families were, but it was really almost open to the community because there were a number of community members that came, and I mean, Kristen was here, she knows. And the cost was minimized because we had the reception here. And it wasn't anything heavy. It was hors d'oeuvres, and the table was, you know, there was food and everything out, and people just kind of came in and mingled. And something was presented, and I can't remember what we presented that year, to the mayor of Monstrolli. But then the year after that, that's when we had the dinner for a small group at Papa Do's that you attended.
The same year that we did the reception here, we also had dinner at Roma's.
Roma's.
Okay, so that was, yeah, so, yeah, and so that was, and then the next year was when we had a small
Brought the
dinner at
Italians
Papa
to
Do's.
Rome.
I know, it was so stupid, but we always do dumb things. We serve them their own food. I mean, not dumb. Like we can do your food better than you.
Yeah. It's like when I went TDY to Maine, and the guy says I'm gonna take you to a steakhouse. No, you're taking me to a lobster. Hey, let me ask you a question. Buddy, settle down.
Tell her, I'm
Calm yourself.
It's Johnette.
Well, Juneteenth, we did Italian food too, and it's like,
Let me just ask you a question. Without putting a line item in the budget, would you council members agree that we could spend some extraordinary expense to have a reception here in this room for the people coming over from the Sister City? Without making it a budget item? Huh?
This room wouldn't hold it because you're talking about 20 people coming from Monticello and then other people. But what we were looking at was a senior center, having it.
Okay, senior center, that's fine too. That's another.
So we have to choose between that and the bowel hold exerciser? I mean, I'm sorry.
bowel hole exercise. It's getting
Sorry,
worse.
it's late. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. Take that back.
Would you all mind if the city paid for a reception in the
That's fine.
senior center?
That's fine.
I'm not making a budget item.
That's fine.
Are we talking a reception, like dinner, or what?
Poo-poo, heavy poo-poos.
Well, we think like our dinner for the board and commissions was about $1,000 for 110 people. So for $1,000, you could do a
Do
dinner.
a lot for $1,000.
But I vote not to use that vendor.
Okay.
I mean,
So
Yes.
we're okay with $1,000 to host them.
Oh, no, can we find it?
Huh?
I don't know if we can find that.
I'll contribute 500 out of my own pocket.
Okay, so that's 500, yeah, 500 out there. Can I get another 5?
No.
So probably better
I'll help the
a farewell than a reception. Yeah, farewell dinner, senior center, cap it, do it for 1,000.
You just said you were gonna get 500.
Cap cost is 1,000. If anybody would also like to match my contribution.
Well, then we don't have to put it on the line item.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying.
We don't have to do anything then, if you're contributing.
That's what I'm saying, it's just an agreement where we can answer these emails that, yes, we support them, and we're gonna, and the city is going to have.
If you just say for a, no, I don't know, never mind. We
Anyway,
budget for y'all to go to training. If you don't go to all of your training, there's usually funding left. If you go to more training, then we find the funding to send you to the training. We don't tell you you can't go. So there's give and take within it, but it's, you know, if you give us a range, we'll work with that.
Barry, if you're serious with.
And I'll forego my trip to Ohio,
If you're serious with 500, if you're serious with.
but that's gotta be a good
I hope
$1,800.
if you need $1,000, I'll just say this right now, if you need $1,000, you don't have to ask me. Y'all don't, so that's just me. So I will support you if that's what you think you need.
Us too, can I ask?
You need it? Yeah. I'm just saying, I'm just laughing, I'm just laden. So.
I appreciate
You left it at the- you
I'll-
left it at the food.
Now, let's be clear.
I like going to Rome.
If y'all are,
It's to Romans.
if we can't come up with 1,000 by ourselves, somewhere in the funds that we have, I will commit to 500.
I'll commit to 100 if that's the case. I mean, other than that, so, I'm not a big spender like this.
I'll give you a couple of gift
Okay,
cards to
so
the
Barry,
new
we're
Black
not
and
gonna
Better
discuss the budget anymore.
coffee shop.
Actually, I'd probably like
Because
that.
there are things that still need to be discussed, I think.
We were looking at an hour earlier on the July 16th meeting. If you could come in an hour earlier on the July 16th meeting.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not sure what else you have to cover. I mean, right now, we've gotten input from you on the budget. We've gone over where we're at, and what it looks like, and we'll work on putting together a budget that's, you know, a balanced budget like we always do. And if we have some additional funds or something that we can come back and circle around with you July 16th, because that's only 2 weeks before I have to file the budget. And I don't even have this.
List of things you want to talk about.
I could go home probably and maybe
And a one-on-one, or I'll come in with you.
just change everything you said. That's not what you said.
I'm facing what we have to do.
No, it's the tail wagging the dog.
Johnette? I wish things could be better. They're not. And I don't know how to take the budget line by line. You want to take the budget line by line, have you sit down with me and
No,
go over it?
I
will do
don't.
that.
That wasn't what I was suggesting. There were just things that I think that should be addressed.
Well, this was this workshop, what did we not address? Or
My
what did
assumption
you have
was that
opportunity
this
to
has
bring
always
things
been
up?
called a preliminary workshop. I took preliminary meeting, this is an overview, and that we would have one other, at least to start drilling down into some specific line items.
No, we did not do that last year, we've not done that.
I just explained what my perception was. The preliminary workshop on the budget is an overview. And that as we went through this, that we would have an opportunity at a subsequent meeting to drill down into some line items.
If there's some specific questions that you have, then please give me your questions.
And we can do that.
And what, have another meeting and then we ask the questions that we want?
I don't know if we have to have another meeting, but we can meet one-on-one with Kevin or with Richard or anybody else as the director.
We can do that anytime.
So you'll submit the budget to us, saying here's the final budget, and then we'll look at it and approve it or not, is that?
And I want
It's-
Easter back in.
It's submitted July 31st, it is the proposed budget submitted to the council, and then if you want to make changes to it after that, you can.
Sounds good
Because
to
it's
me.
your budget after July 31st.
After submitting.
Right, you can make changes, and that's what we do. We present it to you then after July 31st. We'll go through it and answer questions. Last year, we came back to you in July with some additional follow-up things and to get some further direction from you before I filed the budget. And I was hoping to be able to do that again for July 16th. I'm kind of reserving that. And be happy to come back to you. If you can come in an hour earlier before the July 16th meeting, then we will cover some last-minute things. Again, I won't have the final tax values, so we're making tweaks in the last few days of the budget, but hopefully we'll be 95% of the way there. That's our goal.
I'd like to see Easter back in the budget.
Okay?
I couldn't go with Easter back.
What, Mark?
I don't know if I'd have to look at what that budget item for Easter would be. That'd be hard for me to accept without looking at some numbers.
Well, the question has been asked, and the city manager will respond to us.
It's less
and let
than
us
your
know what it
bicycle
costs.
ride.
We'll look at the cost of it and the attendance, and we'll send you we'll send you an information then.
Mayor, I don't have any more questions.
Me either, man.
Are we dismissed?
I do want to comment.
I think we need
Thank
to
the-
gavel.
I want to thank the staff.
Absolutely. For being here as well.
You still have 45 more minutes.
Okay, we're adjourned at 11:05.